Okay. Time to get started on step 3. Let's see how far we can get. See. Okay. Okay. I think load. So here's where we left off. We finished up step 1, right? We finished the introduction to step 2, and now we're left with the moments for step 2. We have wave, growing, family, dinner, road trip, soirée, escapade, summer work, birthday, and Mao. Now, I remember some of how this goes, right? I do remember a little bit about some of these. Now, road trip is going to be the last one. I think it's either going to be road trip, soirée, or escapade that are going to be the last ones because they are absolutely amazing, right? Now, I vaguely have some memories of growing. I don't particularly recall it being super, like, interesting or surprising or whatever, right? I don't remember Wave, but I imagine it's got to do with Code being a bit of a surf jock. The mall is all of them visiting a mall. So, you know, wow. I don't particularly remember summer work, family, or birthday. So I'm gonna start with family. The sun warmed your skin from its place in the sky, and you closed your eyes, enjoying the mix of the heat with the pleasant breeze that drifted past you. You and Lee had spread out a blanket on top of one of the hills behind your house, and had been relaxing there for a while now. Lee had come over earlier in the week, and while a range of activities had been discussed, from straying home to heading down to the beach, a picnic on the hill had been the choice you both settled on. A small spread was laid out in front of you. Some bottled water, soft drinks, as well as chips and sliced fruit. You sat up and reached for a snack, listening to Lee talk away about the musical she had gotten to see a few days ago. It was unbelievable. There was singing, dancing, and crazy stunts, and it was all done live right in front of my face. One second. To keep or not to keep the headdress? I think about it. Maybe one day we could go together. I've got to see more shows like that. You smiled at Lee's enthusiasm, knowing how much she enjoyed singing and performing. And she was good at it too. You had gotten the chance to hear her sing a couple of times, and you knew she put a lot of effort into it. You also liked to sing, but you weren't very good. You also liked to sing and had a talent of your own. You didn't like, but you've been told you were good at it. Let's go, we're making her marry Sue. It was nice that the two of you could share that interest. I wonder if maybe we could put on our own show. I think of how fun it'd be. I remember now. They put on a show for the family. We could perform for our parents and ask our friends and some other people to come and watch too. It'd totally work. We could perform for our... Oh. Yes, let's do it. Okay, let's go. We had actually thought about doing something like that before, but never had the chance to. Lee clapped in excitement and bounced on the balls of her feet, beyond happy that you were on board with her idea. I'm gonna sing. Do you wanna go? Do you wanna too? Or maybe do something else? We gotta sing. Come on. Cool. We'll perform an incredible duet. What else can we do? Let's write the song. Ooh, I hope something dramatic. No, how about fun? Fun is better. What about both? Lee's face lit up at the idea, and she gave you a broad smile. That sounds perfect. Is there anything else that's coming to your head? No, that's all. The two of you ran back to your house to grab the supplies you needed, dodging your mom's amused questions before heading back out to the blanket to get started. You made sure you had a notebook and pen down, in case some inspiration hit. Lee and you discussed the plans in detail, settling on a song first and then practicing out parts for the show. The afternoon passed quickly, the sun dropping lower and lower in the sky, and after having thoroughly worked out how the show was going to go, you decided to take a break. Oh, you know, we should have invited Cove to watch us practice our show. He could tell us if it's bad before we put on the real thing. That's smart. We should ask him to watch us later. Okay. It's too bad Dara's singing in the neighborhood today. I like him. He's a good person. I knew you'd think so. But, speaking of voice we like, what's the relationship status between you and Cove? Is it good? Interesting. Interesting. It's good. I don't know. He blushed and said nothing. You shouldn't gossip. I think things are alright. Blush. Oh, you're bright red. I guess it's very good. But, like, really, are you gonna be telling him you have a crush on him anytime soon, or what? Denial. I'll tell him soon. No way, I'm not telling him. I'm pretty sure he already knows. You weren't sure if you wanted to tell Cove or not. She couldn't even try to contain her laughter. I've seen the way you look at him. Everybody has. Hearts are practically flying around your head when you're together. Lee waggled her eyebrows and laughed while you huffed at her. Don't worry, Curry. He totally feels the same way. I guarantee it. Let's see what else. No way, I'm not telling him. Why not? You know he has a crush on you too. It's obvious. I can't do it. Oh, Corey. You don't want to continue at all, so you kept your mouth shut. Alright, now that's fun. Hey Trekkie, welcome back. Just started. Lee is attacking the weak point of the crush on Cove. Pretty sure isn't sure. You should declare it to him. You ended up checking out at the start of part 2. So essentially, Lee is the cousin, right? You're BFFs with her, and Cove ended up falling asleep in your bed. In your room, in our room, at the start of the moment. He managed to sneak out, and then we met his mom, and then we had dinner with his mom, where we learned that the father, was a bit of a dumbass, and didn't tell Cove that the mom was coming. He mumbled something incoherent, and she gave you a pointed look. You know he has a crush on you too. Alright. Let's go with... I don't have a crush on Kobe. She couldn't even try to contain her laughter. I've seen the way you look at him. Everybody has. Hearts are practically flying around your head when you're together. Lee waggled her eyebrows and laughed while you huffed at her. And Mercury, he totally feels the same way. I guarantee it. You didn't want to continue this at all, so you kept your mouth shut. The two of you talked a little more about Kobe, amongst other topics, and you found that it was nice having someone to speak with about these sort of things. Finally, you both decided to pack everything up and head back home for the evening. Lee talked excitedly about the show as you did, and you thought back on what you had already accomplished for it. You could definitely do with a little more practice, but what you had so far was a solid foundation for the performance. Upon walking through the front door, you were met by your moms and Elizabeth, hovering around each other in the living room. Tension hung thick in the air as the three of them turned to you and Lee, frowning slightly. You had interrupted something. Exactly what? You weren't sure. Wow, who died? What's going on? You looked between them but said nothing. Hello? What do you think? 1 or 3? I'm thinking 1. Yeah, I'm going with 1. Ma wins, and almost immediately you knew joking was the wrong thing for this. You really hoped no one was actually dead.
Oh.
Were you just having a talk with your sister? The room fell quiet again, with no one quite knowing what to say. You felt incredibly awkward, but the silence didn't last long. You don't have to stop just because those two are here. There's no reason to try keeping it a secret. Elizabeth was mad, with her arms folded defensively over her chest. But your moms nodded in agreement with her. Elizabeth was asking about her parents, her biological ones. The world spun around you at the news. You couldn't understand. Why was this happening now? When you glanced at Lee, she shuffled her feet uncomfortably, as though she didn't know if she should be there or not anymore. You didn't know either. Your moms had always been open and honest about the fact that neither of them had given birth to you or your sister, but the details hadn't been fully explained before. It made sense that Elizabeth didn't know a lot about her biological parents and wanted to know more. You just hadn't ever thought you'd accidentally stumble into it. Elizabeth looked at your parents expectantly. She wasn't going to let the unintentional interruption derail things. We don't want to keep that information from either of you. It's your right to know your past, but we did want to wait until you asked us to hear yourself. Well, it's happening now, so... Your mom shared a nervous glance, and Matt took in a quick breath before speaking again. I adopted you from the Philippines when you were just a baby. Elizabeth dropped her arms, her eyebrows shooting upwards in surprise. Wait, I wasn't born here?
No.
No, you weren't. You could clearly see that your sister was appalled by this information. You struggled even more with what to do or how to react. Am I gonna have to pass some tests to even be a citizen?
No.
No, you were adopted into the country. We took care of things. You're already a citizen. You have nothing to worry about. I followed all the laws when it came to bringing a child into the US. Nothing can be held against you. Elizabeth sighed, placated with the information, but still far from happy. Who are my parents, as people? Why did they put me up for adoption in the first place? Ma softly put her hands over Elizabeth's shoulder, trying to provide some support, before she gave her the answer.
I'm so sorry.
I'm sorry, sweetie. Your parents were reported to have died. They didn't go into details on the specifics of how, but you were an orphan. I wish we had better news for you, Elizabeth. Elizabeth was torn between emotions, her eyes filled with tears as she threw her hands in the air, settling on rage. Great, so I can never meet them even if I wanted to. Not that I could have anyway, since they lived in another part of the world when they were still alive. Well, that was drama I had not remembered. Holy shit. I have to go and talk to her. I know, right? Ma immediately started to follow her, but Mom gently held her by the arm and shook her head. We should give her a little space to process it all. Your Ma's head hung low, but she stopped talking. Walking. With Elizabeth now gone, the two of them seemed to remember you, and you, Lee, were still standing awkwardly off to the side. I'm sorry you had to see all that. It's not how I expected it would have happened when the time came. But since this is the topic of the day, Corey, is there anything you'd like to ask? You deserve to know. You deserve to know after all. Lee patted your back and gave you a supported look. What do you think? 1, 2, or 3? Delicious coffee. Tough question, isn't it? My preferred answer is not here, which would have been a nonchalant, sure, why not? New moms, best moms, it doesn't matter, but I don't know how that equates to those choices. I know, right? Like, it's missing the, I mean, I already have the best parents, but sure, why not? Right? The nonchalant option. All three of these are very, very dramatic, as it were. I'm going to go with what I want to know, just because curiosity. Your parents both nodded in sync to your reply, ready to talk. I can leave if you want to have things in private. I want you to be here. The best is here. I can do that. Lee shifted a little closer. Oh, so when we met Lee, I don't know if you were here for this part, but the choices I made were pretty much that Lee's the bestie, and we don't really have other friends outside of her and Cobb, and Derek, I guess, and Lizzie. Lee shifted a little closer to you in support, and you were glad to have her there with you. It made you feel a little stronger somehow. You turned to face your parents again, preparing yourself for what they were about to tell you. It was the first time Ma was the first to speak, her voice quivering with emotion. You were adopted as a baby, but 2 years after Elizabeth. We used a different organization that time, and you were adopted within the US. I'm sorry to tell you, Curry, your parents had also passed away, and no other family member took you in, if there were any. I'm glad they used the correct grammar there, if there were, right? And every time you have an if situation in the past form, or in an imaginary situation, rather than ignore the past one, the correct form of was, or the correct form of be, is where, regardless if it is singular or plural, right? If you say, if I were a worm, would you still love me? That is correct. But if you say, if I was a worm, would you still love me? That is incorrect. The correct form is always were, because it's not technically the past form of the verb to be. It's the subjunctive of the verb to be, and the subjunctive of the verb to be is always where, regardless of the person. You can comment it. No, whatever. Sorry guys, sometimes teacher brain comes out. We didn't want to suddenly drop that in your lap. We wanted you to be prepared. That's why we wanted to wait until you asked.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, Corey. Oh wait, no, the mom voice. Ma voice, rather, the mommy voice. We're sorry, Corey. They gave you a reassuring squeeze on the arm to show that she was there for you. Thanks for telling me. Okay. So. 1 and 2, cool. Right? 3, whatever. 5, too dramatic. 6, too dramatic. 4, it's not your fault. You didn't kill them or any shit. You didn't kill them, right? You were trying to lighten the mood, but your mom didn't seem any less grim. Thank you for listening, Corey. If there's anything else you want to know, all you have to do is ask. We'll do our best to answer any questions you have.
Are you okay?
How are you feeling now? Are you going to be okay? They watched you closely as though you're judging how exactly she should react to what was going on. Feel fine. Same but didn't mean it. Cry. Didn't cry but wanted to. Anger rose. You said nothing. I feel fine. It's fine. You spoke with a refreshed tone as though you had a load off. Your mom smiled sadly, but you knew they believed you. No one seemed to have any worse after that. What do you want to do? Go to the room. Stay with the moms. Get out of the house. See Elizabeth or talk with Cobb. It's a tough one, right? Part of me wants to say, stay with the moms, you know, they're a little down. But another part is Elizabeth, because, you know, she took it rough. Another part is Cobb, because, you know, Cobb, he's best boy. Sorry about that. Alright, I'm gonna go through a few of them and see which one I like the best. I'll start with the moms. You took a step closer to your moms, glancing at them nervously. You wanted to show them, somehow, that all of this wasn't their fault. The last thing you wanted was for them to feel sad about it. Are you okay? Your mom smiled at you softly, a little thrown off by the question. We're only as good as you are right now. You're a sweet girl, Corey. Being concerned for your moms like that. It's sad hearing that they died, but I guess because I didn't know them, it doesn't upset me. You're my family. You've always been. Ma came over and wrapped her arms around you, giving you a tight hug. It didn't take long for Mom to join in, putting her arms around the both of you. We really couldn't have asked for a better kiddo. We love you, Corey. Fuck. More than we could ever say. You smiled at their comfort. You were so glad your moms were alright. You're smooshing me. You all chuckled at the rumble of laughter, shaking you all as you continued to hold each other tight, okay? Love you too. It was a nice moment shared between you. Smiled. Damn. Let's go with this one. They both pulled back eventually. Grinned. You knew that they all had, that you all had each other, and you all was good. You knew that you all had each other's backs. You know, probably finish that, two-word verb. Yeah, two-word verb. Okay, so let's go back. That was the moms. Let's talk to Lizzie. Let's see what's going on. I'm gonna go out just for a little while. I'll be back before it's really late. Mom's nodded in understanding, trusting you to make the best call for yourself. Lee followed you. Lee follows because she's bestie. Okay, found need to sit beside you. You turned and kept walking. You're sure of where to go. Go to the beach. Alright, nothing much happens besides some conversation. Let's talk to Elizabeth. You were worried about Elizabeth, even though she had been so angry when talking to her moms about everything. You could see she was clearly sad. You headed over to the stairs and up to her room. You asked Lee to go with you. She nodded and followed near behind. Waiting in front of your sister's door, you raised a hand to knock on it. There was no answer for a good minute or two, and when you jiggled the door handle, you found that it was locked. Raising your hand again, you knocked louder this time, thinking she must have her headphones on and so couldn't hear you. When she didn't answer the door a second time, it was clear to you that she either still couldn't hear you or was just straight up ignoring you. It hurt to be shut out, especially right now. Okay, so that didn't work. Let's go see Cobb. More than anything, in that moment, you wanted to see Cobb. No one could be there for you the way he could. I'm gonna go out just for a little while. I'll be back before it's really late. Your mom's nodded, trusting you to make the best call for yourself. These footsteps echoed from behind, and you knew she was following you. You bring her over? Can you come with me? No, I can. She gave you a small smile and walked with you to the door. Once outside, you strode across the street purposefully. Cobb's house set in your sights. After you raised a hand to knock on the door, it only took a few moments for Mr. Holden to answer it, giving you a broad smile. Hi, Curry. Looking for Cobb, I bet? Yeah, that's right. Cliff turned and whistled down the hall in the direction of Cobb's room. Hey, sport, you have a guest. After calling his son, he turned back to you and dipped his head.
No worries.
He'll be here any second. As promised, it didn't take long before footsteps echoed down the hall, and Cobb's head of green hair appeared before you all. He looked past his dad to see you standing there and smiled. Please said your visit. Hey, Curry. Hi, Lee. Hi, Cobb. Can you hang out now? He gave you a placid smile, one you were all too familiar with. Sure. You can take care, alright? I'll be around if you need anything. Mr. Holden shoveled back into the house and closed the front door, giving you some privacy. Cobb tilted his head at you, his bangs falling into his face as he did so. What's up? Lee said nothing, eyes shifting to you instead and waiting for you to speak. Okay. Dramatic. Too passive-aggressive. Too silent. Good. But this one... I see you had the same idea I did. Your parents are dead. Go first at your outbursts, except for his mouth which fell off. My biological ones, before my mom's adopted me. Without having to say anything else, Cobb reached out and pulled you into a tight embrace, his familiar warmth enveloping you. I'm sorry, Kurt. Alright. It wasn't as funny as I expected it to be. You didn't speak to him, you couldn't meet Cobb's eyes, it was hard for you to even know where to begin. Is everything okay? Okay, my mom didn't say how, maybe they don't know. But there wasn't any other family to live with, so that's why I got adopted. Sorry, Curry. His words were whispered comfortingly into your shoulder. You don't have to do this, or I'm okay. You don't have to do this. I want to. Aw, that's even sweeter. Okay, alright. He didn't say anything more, but he didn't let go either. Corey? Ah, sorry, that's us. Can we talk somewhere else? You felt uncomfortable huddling around the entrance of Cobb's house. That feeling didn't seem to be a problem, though. Yeah. Let's go. Cobb took you by the arm and encouraged you along behind him. You followed without protest. Lee stayed just as close as she followed along. You headed towards the hills where you and Lee had spent the majority of your day. Things seemed so different then, only a couple hours ago, and you wonder how everything had changed so drastically. I honestly do not see how things changed so drastically, but maybe it's because I'm not adopted. And I checked, there is an actual DNA test, so no, I'm not. Anyway. You took a seat in the grass beside Cobb, who bent his legs and rested his arms on them before he turned to you again. Can you explain everything to me? You nodded softly before taking in a heavy breath and launching into the story. Cobb sat quietly and listened attentively, nodding every now and then, or taking in a sharp inhale. It took a long time for you to relay the details. Dozens of stars were pinpointed in the sky as the night wore on. The funny part is, dozens of stars is just an astronomically tiny amount for the actual number that are technically in view in the night sky, with the number being more in the range of, oh, I don't know, add fucking 3, 6, 9, 12 zeros to it, and you'll probably still be far below the actual number of stars. Silence settled between you as Cope sat quietly for a moment, contemplating everything you had said. When he finally spoke, his voice was quiet, drifting through the night towards you.
Ori.
Ori, I'm really sorry about what happened to your parents. So sorry. He stopped suddenly and took in a deep, shaky breath, and you got the impression he was struggling with what was right to say. I'm sad I'll never get to know them. Feel bad that I don't feel worse about it, I'm just so mad. You shrugged your shoulders and not knowing how to feel. None of these really encapsulate how I would feel. I would feel more along the lines of less sad and more disappointed at the lack of opportunity. If you've never watched the Magnus Archives, the Magnus Archives is a podcast, a horror episodic podcast where you view the world through the lens of Jonathan Sims, and Jonathan Sims is the archivist of the Magnus Institute, which is an organization dedicated to researching supernatural phenomena, right? Paranormal phenomena in general, really. And every now and then, Johnny Sims stumbles onto reports that cannot be recorded in digital media. Reports that can only be recorded, transcribed into a physical tape, a magnetic tape, right? And it's implied that those that can only be recorded that way are the real ones, the real supernatural phenomena. Long story short, long story less long, one of those supernatural phenomena is consistent with, I need to know. I have to know. Even if finding out will hurt, will destroy you, right? And that is extremely representative of me. I have to know. I am the kind of person that would put my hand in a stove fire, not because I don't understand that it'll burn me, that it will hurt, but because I need to know what it feels like to get burnt. Right? So, yeah. So I guess I'll go with this one. I'll never find out what they're doing or what they're like as people. It's just all gone. Nothing better than being out of enough far away from light pollution where you can see the haze of the galaxy. That actually sounds really good. I don't think I've ever seen that. I've been in positions where I could have probably seen it, but I just didn't think about it.
Ori.
You're not doing anything wrong, you know that, right? I think that you can be as sad as you want, for as long as you need. Or you can feel okay about it whenever you want to. Wait, what? Whenever you want to. Okay. I was about to say. He sighed and ran her hand through his hair as he looked out over the ocean.
It's okay.
I guess what I'm trying to say is, whatever you feel about it is how you feel about it. You don't have to force yourself to be different. Look at this. Best boy indeed. Thanks, Cobe. His words had made you feel better, and you knew it was true. You didn't have to apologize, or make any excuses for the way you felt about it all. Koa smiled at you a little, and you could tell he was trying to be comforting, but remember, we don't have a crush on Cove, okay? No crush. It's totally platonic. And your moms definitely don't. It doesn't matter if you're not blood related, you're definitely family. I can see that, and I hope you can too. You felt the reassurance in his eyes. Your cousin tried not to interrupt your explanation or Cove's response to it. When the opportunity arose, she made it clear that she shared the same sentiment. You stayed up on the hill together a little longer, looking out over the ocean and the stars that shone brightly above it. After talking about the situation with someone who wasn't directly a part of it, you start to see things in a different light. Above all, you're glad to have Cove and Lee's support, and to know you could count on them if you needed it. That's so fucking sweet. Hey, Elizabeth. The sudden voice of your sister behind you made you jump. You saw her standing a little way away. She walked closer, and you didn't quite know what to do, or what she was planning on saying.
So?
Would you mind going? I want to talk to just Corey. You can come back. It's not gonna be forever or anything. Wait, no, I can do better Valley Girl. I can do a better Valley Girl. Would you mind going? I want to talk to just Corey. You can come back. It's not gonna be forever or anything. Is that an okay Valley Girl? Cope seemed equal parts concerned and skeptical. Living now wasn't a concept that thrilled him. It was good? Nice. Lee wasn't exactly jumping to go, so she checked with you quietly. What do you think? We told him to go or stay? I kinda want them to stay. But I get why she wants them to go. Shit. I know, right? Tough. I'm going to go with... You can't ask that. Hurry, please, this is private. Elizabeth gave you a harsh stare, and eventually you relented. Alright, this satisfies me. You waited until the two of you were alone before fixing her with a cautious stare. Elizabeth folded her arms, looking you over. Did Mom tell you about your parents too? Wow, blunt. My bearded parents also died. Elizabeth broke eye contact after that.
Sorry.
Sorry, alright. Why did you want to talk to me? I went to see you and you didn't even answer. Elizabeth raised an eyebrow at the news.
What?
I didn't hear anything. Shutting everything out with loud music was very typical of your sister. You didn't feel much less confused though. Why did you stop doing that then? She shook her head, as though the answer should be obvious. I was worried about you. I was the one who brought it up, but I made you deal with whatever was left when I was gone. Aw, she cares. That's a good big sister. She sighed, glancing upwards for a moment before settling on you once more. I wanted to ask you what happened without everyone breathing down our necks. You were pretty crappy. Amazed that you noticed that was unkind. Oh, these two are really shitty. Well, not shitty. They're just rough. Thank you for thinking of me. I'm not mad at you. You're quietly surprised by her admission. 3? Alright. I'm okay with 3, honestly. I'm partial to 3 or 4. And I'm curious for 5. I want to see what 5 looks like. She took her nails up a little bit, but her smile was soft. Alright. Okay. Elizabeth, it didn't upset me. How are you allowed to be that immature? The light and spirits in her were quickly gone. As she slipped back into a skull. You have to be born in the US to become president. Good grief, this girl's ambitious. She was already planning for presidency? Damn. Okay. Hey, she could totally do it. What? You had never heard of that dream of hers before. She noticed your bafflement and continued. I get I was never gonna be president, but it just feels weird having stuff taken away, not even getting a chance at it. I don't like having to know that when I was born, I was gonna have a completely different life. So different, I can't even think about what it looked like in my head. I could have spoken another language, lived away from everything I've ever seen here. Had someone else as my sibling. And then my parents died, and I was adopted. And the life I got became a totally new thing together. Forever. I can't go back to what it was even if I wanted to. I have any settled between you and the person who became your sister. I don't really understand. I can't see that other stuff as being my life. The one I have is what my life is, and everything else is only what didn't happen. Elizabeth watched you seriously. She was still trying to make sense of this to you. And herself. I had no way today was today. Nothing came up. Ah, understandable. Yep. That's why I always have my headphones on. I don't have a good speaker. It was just something I've had in my mind for a while. When it was just me and Mom's in the living room, I just kind of said it. Finally. And there you go. She shifted from one foot to another, relaxing her stance just a bit. She also spoke more gently. Learning about them and what happened doesn't change how I feel about our family, Corey. She smirked, fixing you with sharp eyes. I'd already figured a long time ago that moms weren't our biological parents. That wasn't news. Technically, one of them could have been related to you. Our moms can have kids, just not both together. True, but I'm not half white or native Hawaiian, so no, neither of them could have been my mom.
Nice try.
Nice try, smart Alec. That's very me. Nothing about the family I was first born in would have made me decide that this wasn't my family anymore. If you'd hoped you'd be free of my big sisterly status, don't think you're so lucky. She bumped her shoulder against yours playfully, her lips tilted at the corners. You'll always be my little sister. Aw, that's so fucking adorable. You hugged her. It took a few seconds, but she gave you a quick squeeze in return. I think I'm really lucky. You seemed pleased with how the conversation had gone, in the end. Ready to head back home? It's been a long day. You gave her a nod. Come on, you three, let's go. I suppose you could learn... I think Tagalog is the language in the Philippines. Tagalog, I think. If she wants to reconnect with her roots. You walk home together in a comfortable silence down the well-worn street. The familiarity of it all felt nice. When you stepped through the door, you found your moms quietly sitting together at the kitchen table. Their heads snapped up, and they got to their feet to meet you, Ma giving you a careful smile. We're so glad to see you. Let's go with this one. I'm sorry for walking away before. That's alright, sweetheart. We're just happy to have you here again. Ma then came over and wrapped her arms around you and Elizabeth, giving you a tight hug. It didn't take long for Mom to join in, putting her arms around both of you.
Love you.
We really couldn't have asked for better kiddos. We love you. More than we could ever say. The moms. Alright. Smooshing me. You're smooshing me. You real chuckled, the rumble of laughter shaking all you as you continue to hold each other tight. I love you too. David pulled back eventually and grinned at the two of you, and you knew then that you all had each other's back. And you always would. I suppose you could look at it without the backs? Well now, since we're all here, how would we do something together as a family? That sounds like an excellent idea. We should have some fun before the night's over.
Totally.
I love the sound of that. Okay. Cove looked a little bashful, likely of being included as part of the family, but he tried not to pay much attention to it. Oh, come on, Cove. Really? 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 After what, 5-6 years now? You're already part of the family, Cove. You and Corey are practically married already. Come on. Why not? You hid the smile that threatened to tilt your lips, knowing that Elizabeth must have been in a good mood if she hadn't even teased Cove for being part of it. And no matter what she could have said about it, you wanted him to be here. He was someone who was really important to you. Let's get a suggestion. It should be something we can do here in the house, with everyone in the same room. You suddenly remembered the show you and Lee had been working on earlier. You weren't so keen on that now, bummed you never got to do it. Maybe we can do a show? A show? This is the first time we're hearing about this. I'm intrigued.
Wonderful.
It would be amazing if you put it on for us to watch. Oh yeah, I need to see what you cooked up. That'd be cool, from Cove. You smiled at Lee, who returned the gesture while bouncing on her heels in excitement. Take some seats and we'll get everything together. Your moms collected the chairs from around the dining table and set them in the row in the living room, where there was enough space for the show. While they did that, you and Lee quickly gathered the supplies you needed, and rehashed the plan one last time. You went through the song you had written one last time. When the two of you returned to the living room, everyone was sitting and chatting amongst themselves while they waited. The group quieted down when you and Lee stood in front of them on your makeshift stage. Lee was buzzing quietly with excitement beside you. You were pumped for the show. Of course, stage ready is for other people. The time you and Lee had put into practicing was worth it. You're ready to go. Okay, so welcome to our show. We only came with it today, but we promise it'll be great. No refunds, of course. Laughter ripped through the mini audience. Then you nodded at Lee that you were ready to begin. Lee took in a deep breath, waiting the few beats it took to get into the song, and started singing. Your part of the song knew in just a few moments later, and you smiled with each other as you sang together. It made you proud to have the lyrics you had written sung like this. When the performance was over, Lee took your hand in hers, and the two of you bowed deeply together. Everyone gave you a round of applause and cheered for an encore. When you straightened yourself up, you were happy to see that even Elizabeth was clapping for you. Bravo! Bravo!
Good job.
You are so talented. Your family rose from their seats and came over to congratulate you more directly. You were beaming from ear to ear. Cove was the first to approach, stepping up to you, and Lee with a smile on his face.
It's nice.
Nice job. Thank you. You're really a great singer, Corey. It was cool. Alright, what do you think? Thanks. Pretty good. Blushed and said nothing, or an easily impressed crowd. I was pretty good, huh? And you're humble too. Very. You left together, feeling as light as a feather. Hey, were you the one who wrote that song? Yeah, that was me. Cove smiled, content over his guess being correct.
Not bad.
I thought so too. It was very good. You couldn't help but feel flattered that he could recognize your talents so easily. Your parents gushed about how great everything was and thank you for sharing it with them. Elizabeth was complimentary in her own way, although she did describe the show as cute, which you knew she meant as kind of kiddie. You laughed it off, however, and were just happy that everyone had a nice time. In that moment, you couldn't have been more pleased to be part of the family you had. Alright, family is over. Now we have escapade, summer work, birthday, mall, Wave. Summer work. Let's go with summer work. You stare out the window, watching the scenery pass by as your mom drove down the quiet street at a leisurely pace. A singer crooned sweetly from the radio, turned low enough that you could block it out if you wanted. You turned away from the window when your mom suddenly spoke up. Well, kids, are you excited to be going to the library? Yep. I can't wait to get there. Mom laughed, catching her eye in the rearview mirror and winking. I don't know why you asked. I already know how you feel about it. Taking a trip down to the library had always been something you enjoyed.
So,
What about you, Cove? You're part of the conversation too.
not really.
Not really. If I didn't have school stuff to do, I would probably be somewhere else.
I see.
I get it. I wasn't so keen on the library in my day either. Really? Well, no. Unless you count under 6-year-old as my day. She grinned over at the two of you briefly. Mom refocused on driving, humming along with the radio under her breath. You went back to staring outside. As you passed one street, you caught a glimpse of someone in brightly colored clothing passing out balloon animals. It sparked a faraway memory, and you felt your lips twitching up before you consciously remembered why. How long ago was it that you and Cobb watched The Amazing Alexander performing magic tricks? Cobb, look at the guy out the window. Cobb turned his head just a second too late. Oh. What does it matter? Do you remember The Amazing Alexander? Who? He gave us dolphin balloons. Yours popped. You cried? It was a big day. Oh, right. That was a while ago. It was so fun. Who smiled faintly. It was the first time we ever went down the street together, I think. I miss Pop. He was a good balloon for that one afternoon I had him. Yeah. Hey, Cobb. What were you going to name your balloon? Before it popped, I mean. You never told me. Oh. Huh. I don't know. I can't remember what Kid Me was thinking. Probably something obvious like Flipper. You couldn't help the way your own smile curled up higher at the sentiment. You wanted to say something else, but couldn't quite think of what. And so, just settled back into your seat. When silence filled the car again, you returned your attention to the window. It was an absolutely gorgeous day, that's not true. There's blue in the sky. A blue sky is not gorgeous, it's ugly. A gray sky, now that is a perfect day. You leaned your face to the sunshine, tempted to close your eyes as the gentle rays warmed your cheeks. Cory? Huh? You lift yourself up a bit more, seeing your mom twisting her torso to face you confused from the front seat of the car. Next to you was nothing. Cobb's car door was already open. You had reached the destination before you even realized it. I was asking, what time should it take you to walk? Oh, 4 should be okay. That should give you enough time to finish your summer assignments, or at least make a large enough dent. Thanks, Mom. You hopped out of the car, remembering to grab your backpack at the last second. Alright then, have fun. You too. We will. You closed the door, giving it a little wave. She waved back. The two of you went right to the door of the library. Cobb reached it first and tugged it open, stepping inside. He kept it propped open so you could pass through behind him. Aw, good gentleman. The air was much cooler inside the building than it had been for the few seconds you spent outdoors. The space was filled with the soft din of papers being moved and whispered voices. Hey, you seem kind of distracted on the ride here. Oh, this line. 100% the fucking NTR line. Not a fan of that. Wanna walk around for a bit? Just enjoying the day? What? I'm distracted. So? Cove looked dangerously close to rolling his eyes. Don't tempt me. Cove's eyes strayed towards the door. You considered trying to persuade him despite his protests, but eventually talked yourself out of it. Maybe if Derek... Now. Remember what I said about the subjunctive for verb to be in imaginary situations? Maybe if Derek wasn't waiting is incorrect. The correct form is maybe if Derek weren't waiting, right? Because in this situation, we are imagining a reality where Derek is not waiting. Ergo, it is not a real situation. As a result, we are not using the past tense, we're not using the present tense, we're not using any tense except the subjunctive of verb to be. And the subjunctive of verb to be is always were. And the negative is were not. Maybe if Derek were not waiting. Your study buddy was standing at the front of the library by a long rack of magazines. Predictably, he was flipping through one with various sport players on the cover, looking intense enough to burst off the page. His head snapped up when you walked over, beaming widely. Hey, Curry. Cove. Hi, were you waiting for a while? Not super long. Derek put the magazine back in its place. Then he gestured to the space at his side. Most of the tables were empty. Only a few people leafing through books. There's plenty of room. In unspoken agreement, the three of you started moving towards the seating area, Derek taking 2 steps for every one of Cove's. Oh, guess what? I'm pretty sure I've mastered the fake shot. I'll show you some other time. Derek looked over to gauge the level of interest. Do you know it? Soccer's not really for me. All the sporty stuff Cove liked was beach-related. Surfing, snorkeling, bodyboarding. Holy shit, he is 100% a surfer, bro. Okay. And he didn't play a lot of team games, but he did like doubles volleyball. How does it go? Derek's eyes flashed with excitement as he explained. Well, you move the ball like you're going to go one way, then he demonstrated by running a few steps ahead, showing off some fancy footwork. You do it like this, so it does it like that. You laughed, bobbing your head at his attempt to get the trick across with no ball. Shh! The three of you looked over to the checkout desk. The librarian stood behind it and was wearing a deep frown. You were apologetic. You mouthed, sorry, and she sighed, before turning back to the book she was reading. Derek scratched his cheek, choosing not to let that derail things.
Oops.
So, what are you guys working on? What weren't you working on? There were some things you had gotten to start with. You had yet to start a single assignment, sadly. You had yet to start a single assignment because you didn't feel like it. I'm gonna go with this one. You had started work on most of your assignments, not wanting to leave them until the last minute. You hadn't decided which to focus on this afternoon though, so you had brought all of them. Who knows? There was a chance you would be able to finish all of them. Or so you hoped. What is it with fucking summer homework? I don't remember having summer homework. Like at all. Like I remember taking summer classes so I could like get ahead on my course load and graduate earlier. Right? But I don't remember taking doing summer homework, right? When I graduated high school, I had about 6, maybe 9 credits of college classes already. But there was never summer homework. Who knows? There was a chance you. Yeah. Finish the history assignment. Easy stuff. Easy stuff. I'll have to do this. We have to do this timeline thing. Timelines? I fucking love timelines. They're great. It made sense to work on that while you were here, since you'd probably need to consult the reference books. There's some summer reading too. I have to go through an assigned book, but I'm gonna do that later, since it doesn't need extra references or anything. What about you two? I've got a few worksheets. They looked pretty easy, but my school gave us 3 books to read. Can't they stick with just one? I'm also doing the timeline, Cove said. You all found a table close to the tall bookshelves and set up camp. Within seconds, pencils and folders and books were strewn out on the surface. You focus on your work. You doodled. Let's just finish the work. You were pretty confident you could get it done before your mom was set to return. You checked the requirements on the homework sheet your teacher had given you, then open up your textbook with the pages you needed. After some time, Cove shifted in his seat, twisting his back as if trying to work knots out of it. Cove? More like cave. Cove ceased. What? I do not get that joke. But his puzzled expression told you that your wordplay had sailed over his head. Derek snickered at the exchange. Because you're going to cave on doing your homework. Oh. Okay, fine. My mistake, you're a comedic genius. I'm gonna stretch my legs.
Talk to you later.
See you. I'm gonna stay here. I'm making good progress. We have to go with best boy. You might as well take the opportunity to refresh yourself before getting back to work. The two of you strolled away from where you'd been working. Your eyes roamed over the titles of books as you passed by. Some were dull, some intriguing, and others were just strange. But you didn't spot anything that made you pause and pick it up. Looking for something? No, but something might catch my eye. You never know. I may go out of here, if there's enough time. His comment reminded you of the clock ticking away. Even after you'd finished your work for the summer, the countdown to the new school year would still be on track. Before you know it, we'll be back at class. Yeah, we just got out and it's almost here again. Are you looking forward to going back? Cove rubbed his arm, drawing your attention to the scar he'd earned as a reckless child. With his far-off gaze, what? We're missing part of the sentence there. That is not a complete sentence. Not really. I want summer to end. I wish everything wasn't always decided for me. I want to grow up already. You really fucking don't, Cove. You do not want to grow up already. Cove didn't feel safe knowing it was others who really determined what his life was like. You understood that much. You touched him softly. Instinctively, you reached out to him. Your thumb stroked the back of his hand, in a way you hoped was comforting. But there's a chance we could end up in the same classes. That would be nice. He nodded, glad that he was cheering up some. Trust Cove to look on the bright side. That'd be great. A smile spread across his face, crinkling his eyes.
So...
What about you? Do you want to go back to school already? Nope, I don't want summer to end either. It made you depressed just thinking about it. Cove nodded, obviously getting where you were coming from. There was really no getting away from the topic of school right now. It prompted you to think back to the classes you were in. You pursed your lips. English was fun. You liked the books we had to read in English class. Okay. So, you liked the books we had to read, so here's an issue. Because now you're switching, tenses? No, not tenses. You're switching point of view? Yeah, you're switching point of view, right? You're going from you to we, and that doesn't really work, right? Because at no point in the game do you see an I. This is not a game with I outside of dialogue, right? And so this we, by default, includes an I, because because we is you, Kobe, and me, I. And that doesn't exist in the way this game is written. So the correct way would be you like the books you had to read in English class, right? In this case, switching the you had to read from the singular you, the main character, to the plural you, as in Kobe and you. But at no point should you see a we, because it doesn't work. This is a second person point of view, right? Anyway, the writing assignments were engaging too. All right, science is great. Science class is fun. You hope there'd be more cool experiments this coming semester. I remember having to dissect a frog. That's whatever. I didn't really get the big deal. Chemistry classes were more fun, but I've never had the luck of a good chemistry teacher. You wanted to enroll in the art class. History is fun too. I love history. It's like just reading a story. And when it comes, there's so much to learn when it comes to the past. It would take ages to know everything. So math class. That was always my bane. Because, you know, dyslexia. And ADHD. Took me a bit to really get math. Anyway. You wanted to enroll in the art class because I want to see if we can make her like a star or something. It wasn't mandatory at your school, but you definitely hoped to participate. And that was all. Each lost in your own thoughts, you continued to stroll through the library for a little while longer until Cope caught your attention again. We should probably head back. Yeah, we don't want him sending a search party. Before you could take a step back, Cope cleared his throat, avoiding your gaze. Thanks for listening before. Anytime. Cope smiled back, his cheeks pink, of course, making him blush. Perfection. He dragged your head towards where Derek had been left studying. Time to get back to work. Cope and you rejoined with Derek and settled back in as quietly as you could manage. Work continued as normal from there. The sound of shuffling dragged you out of your head. You looked up, surprised to see Derek packing up. You're done? Derek casually shrugged, but you could tell he felt proud to be the first finished. Uh-huh, told you it wasn't anything hard. Was it even worth coming to the library for that? Wish mine were... Again. Wish mine were, not was. Where. Because again, this is not the past, this is an imaginary situation. It is a subjunctive, the subjunctive of the verb to be is where. Wish mine were that easy. Was it even worth coming? What are you going to do now? You wondered how Derek was going to spend his newfound freedom.
Maybe.
I could look over what you're doing. Maybe you got some tips that'll help. What do you think? That'd be great, thanks. No thanks. Nodded your head, shook your head. What do you think? Okay. Nod your head. I gotcha. With a smile, Derek leaned over your part of the table. He took some time to get the gist and point you in the right direction before turning it back over to you. Derek leaned on the back of his feet. Okay, I'm gonna look around while you guys finish. See you. Bye.
Bye.
See you. Later on, Cove shifted in his seat, closing his book as he looked over the notes he'd been taking. Glancing away, you contemplated what he had done thus far. You'd finished everything. Yep, and we finished everything. We're that good. Just as you thought, it hadn't been that difficult. You wrapped it up already. Derek's advice made it easier in the end. Are you about ready? It's almost 4. Yeah, I think so. Come on. The both of you gathered up your books, and after returning the ones you'd used for reference to the proper shelves, set off to find wherever Derek had wandered off to. He was in the biographies section. His back was to the two of you, one hand above his head and the other supporting himself against the shelf as he's trying to grab one of the books. Hey Derek, we're ready.
Okay.
Oh, okay. He glanced towards the sound of your voice, then up towards the shelf he was trying to reach. That was a struggle you knew all too well. Do you need help with that? Derek frowned, eyes flicking to Cope just for a second, before shifting to look at the floor. Oh, yeah, thanks. Which one? Derek directed Cope towards the book he wanted. It was an autobiography of someone you'd never heard of before. And then the three of you moved to the front of the library to wait for your rides. You stood close to the window and let out a content sigh, feeling the rays warm you from the slightly chilly library interior. I wish our assignments were more exciting, stared into space. Got any plans after this? Tough. I think I'm gonna go with got any plans? Gonna work on my technique. Can't get rusty while school's out. The answer was inevitable. Technique for what? Soccer. Do you mean football? You mean football. Of course you mean football. Football. How about you too? The words you two echoed in your mind. You knew what Derek meant. But why was it bringing a smile to your face to be linked with Cobe, even in the most tenuous of circumstances? She's got such a huge crush. The words, oh, nothing planned. Me neither. Oh, that's my dad's car. Derek lifted a hand to wave, pushing the door open and heading towards the blue pickup truck waiting in the parking lot.
Talk to you later.
See you, Curry. Bye, Cobe. You watched Derek jog off before scanning the area for your mom. Did you get everything done? Sort of. I saw you're done. He smiled, impressed. You felt pretty good about that. I feel like I'll need to come back to the library again before summer's over. Even if your assigned work was done, you might have to double check some things or do preparation for the start of the year. I'll come with you. I still have those books to read anyway. You better. I'm not going alone. He chuckled. Let's do something when we get back. Maybe the beach? Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. It was always easy to please that way. The two of you smiled at each other. Rory looked away after a second, and so did you, too, fidgeting with the hem of your shirt. It wasn't long before you spied your mom's car coming down the road. There she is.
All right.
Time to go then. You climbed into the car, sliding into your usual seats and buckling the belts. Hey kiddos, did you get a lot done? I'm done.
Nice.
Amazing. The car shifted into action and you watched as the library shrunk into the distance. It wouldn't be the last time you saw it this summer. Even better, you were going to have good company with you. You're already counting down the days. You chatted easily with Mom about the day, while you juggled a conversation with Cobe. When she learned you two were planning on returning, she immediately offered to give you a ride next time. You continued to answer Mom's questions about what you'd been working on, then told her about your plans to stick with Cobe after getting back. There was something knowing in her smile that made you pause, just for a moment. But soon enough, the trip was over. You had arrived back to your neighborhood. Cope had to rush over to his house real quick to drop off his stuff. You also made a pit stop to put your backpack away before heading out again. The two of you regrouped in the middle of the road, halfway between your houses. With everything wrapped up, you could now freely enjoy the rest of the afternoon. Your conversation resumed as you both began walking down the street together. The afternoon came and went. Dinner was eaten, and you were cleaning up the dishes left behind from it. Sorry about that. One moment. Cope had elected to stay for the meal today. He passed you a couple of plates to rinse in the sink, even though he didn't have to. Cope asked you to do at least something to help. You scrubbed the last of them and let out a satisfied sigh. Okay, we're done. I'm going upstairs now. You address your guest for the evening. You wanna come? Oh, scandalous, bringing a boy up to her rooms? Yeah, I'll have to go back till later. Take it easy, kids. Thank you for the help. They didn't even tell them to keep the door open. Yes, for sure shipping them. When you go back to your room, you notice your backpack from earlier. You figured it would be best to unpack the stuff you needed before going to bed. Cope plopped into your desk chair and it spun around a bit as he got comfortable. He watched you contentedly as you walked across the room. Didn't need or expect you to try entertaining him constantly. It was just nice to be near each other, even when nothing was going on. You hefted your back up onto the bed. It sunk into the comforter. With that, you started to sort through books and paper packets. Not all of it were things you'd need anytime soon. A small pile of the most important assets began to grow at the side of your backpack until you'd gone over it all. You had actually finished flipping through the contents, but that wasn't all of your work. You instinctively pulled the opening closer to you and peered inside. A second look through commenced, and then a third, and then you began to open the smaller pockets. You're missing your history assignment. Corey? By this point, Cope could tell something was wrong. You had spent the better part of today completely finishing it, and now it was gone. It hadn't been that noteworthy before, but the back wasn't really zipped when you had first begun to look through. The work could have fallen out somewhere, if you had it in the first place. Oh, that's annoying. Fucking losing homework? All that work for nothing? Yeah, that... You were upset by the revelation that made yourself stay calm. It's not Cole's fault. You caught the problem early. There was still time to make it right. You couldn't lose your head. My history homework is in my backpack. At your work, Cope jumped out of his seat.
No way!
Oh crap! Is there somewhere we can look? The back was kind of open, so... He winced sympathetically. That left a lot of options for where it might be. Most of them bad. He resolved to check the spot the backpack was originally left in. It couldn't hurt to look at. With nothing inside there, he expanded the search to the rest of the space. Cope did his best to stay out of your way, while keeping an eye open for your missing work. It was a fruitless effort. Your assignment wasn't there. Let's check downstairs. It might still be in your house somewhere. Fine.
How are you?
Why, hello again. Is everything alright? You told your ma what was going on, gave a rambling explanation, answered her with a raised voice. No. We're nice to her. I unpacked my bag and one of my assignments was in there.
I'm so sorry.
Oh, sweetie, I'm so sorry. What's missing? An assignment for school from the library today. Mom's eyebrows raised with concern at the answer. That's a pickle. I'll call right now. I think they might still be open. Thanks, Mom.
You're welcome.
You're welcome. Just leave it to me. Cove, honey, can you tell us if there was anything you noticed? You were with Corey, right? I saw the assignment when Corey hid it out at the library. I don't remember her putting it away, but I'm pretty positive there was nothing left on the table when we were done. He spoke resolutely. Before now, he hadn't considered that something might have been left behind. You had felt the same when leaving, although it was hard not to second-guess things right now. Your mom re-entered the scene a few minutes later. The look on her face was not promising.
Well,
So, I got a hold of one of the librarians. They didn't have any papers with your name on them. Not that they could see anyway. I'm sorry. Thanks for trying. Of course, sorry it was a bust. It's not your fault. Curry, hey, let's go over to my house. I can check my bag. Maybe I took it when we were packing up and didn't notice. Good idea. Things are getting heavy here with your mom's worrying. Maybe he needed to get away from it. Or maybe he thought you needed a chance to get away from it. Let's go. Check the car. Cope nodded and made his way to the door. Her mom stood by with creased brows. Take care, kids. Good luck. Bye, Moms. You briskly made the trip across the street, and in less than a minute you were going through the threshold of Cove's house. Hey! We get our first glance of Cove's home. I gotta say, I like it. Pretty. Cove had been in a rush earlier today, too. His backpack was tossed on the couch without a thought. No one had moved it since then. You can sit down or anything. I'm gonna look. He lifted up the backpack and unzipped it in a fluid motion. You were left to wait as he rooted around inside, with an unexpected level of seriousness. Aww. He accepted his offer of hospitality and took it easy. It wasn't possible to stop Cove on his quest, so you tried to relax in the meantime. Eventually he sighed heavily. Cove's arm was still tucked way inside, but the search was over. Sorry. It was obvious there wasn't much of a chance Cope somehow had it this whole time. You just, shrugged. That's alright. He dropped the backpack to the floor, unceremoniously, and spoke with a cautious tone.
Are you okay?
Is it? You're really okay? It's not like I forgot what I did. It's kind of annoying to have to write it out a second time, but it won't be hard. Thanks for worrying about me. That's cool. I'm glad. Cope laughed lightly. You noticed a small shake to it. He was clearly relieved you were going to get through this. Aw, adorable. It was sweet. He had been more upset about the loss than you. I think it's admirable how you can keep it together like that. You were flattered. He thought so. Grateful. Flattered. Oh. Cope was someone you were close with. That's true, but you hadn't expected him to say you were admirable. That was nice. When the moment was interrupted by the piercing ring of the Holden home phone. You wordlessly stared at one another with raised brows. Cove's mouth formed a tiny frown. Kira appeared from the hall on the far side of the living room, summoned by the noise.
Hey,
Hey, Cove. Oh! This is Cove's mom, Trekkie, in case you didn't get to see her. Hey, Cove. Hi, Curry. I didn't know you were here. She strolled on past. Your eyes followed her. Cove's mom answered the call, giving a chipper greeting to whoever was on the other end. A few uh-huhs and mm-hms. Kira thanked the person and placed the phone down once more. Cory, that was your ma. Said your stuff was in the car. Fucking called it. I said the car. You should look in the car.
what?
Really? That's what I was told. Now, I'll just return to the guest room. You can have your privacy. She knows what she's doing. Look at that face. She fucking knows what she's doing. Good mom. Playing matchmaker. She's on team... What do we call this? Cobri? Oh, that's a weird ship name. Cole's face cycled from shock to sour as his mom made her escape, laughing. He shook the interruption off and refocused on you. They've got it. As you guessed, this wasn't gonna be a big deal. They've got it. Cole smiled back crookedly and shook one shoulder. We should probably head to your house. Your moms might want to talk to you. Yeah, my parents really care about me. They had kept searching even after you left, and because of that, it all worked out. Cope nodded in agreement. Hey Cope, thanks for being here. He brightened up with sparkling eyes. Anytime, Corey. While stepping toward the door together, there was a thought in your head, but you knew it to be true. You're going to be there for one another, with the small things and when it came to the big things. That's a good one, that's a good one. Good stuff, good stuff. Alright. What do you think? Wave, growing, birthday, escapade, soiree. Where's my other headphones? I'm gonna change. Are they charged? Yeah, they're charged. A second. I'm gonna go with Wave. The family shopping trip had lasted most of the morning, and you still had to unload everything from the trunk before you could go enjoy the afternoon. You cradled another bag in your arms as you headed towards your house. It was one of the heavier bags from the grocery store, loaded with fresh apples, ripe tomatoes, and a bunch of carrots, and even half a watermelon. Ma came out the front door and paused just ahead of you.
It's no trouble.
Need any help with that, Corey? I can bring it the rest of the way if you want me to. Wait, no, the mommy voice.
It's no trouble.
Need any help with that, Corey? I can bring it the rest of the way if you want me to. It would be helpful. Too heavy. You're doing fine. I got it. You could just manage to hold it. You agreed. I've got it, but struggle. Let's go. Even if it was heavy, you wanted to truly bring it in yourself. Ma gave you an encouraging grin and rustled her fingers through your white hair. You stood next back on the counter. Your older sister began to root around inside for the contents with a sigh. How much is left? Still a few more bags? With a huff and a puff, Elizabeth continued putting away the groceries, and you retreated out of the kitchen before you could become the target of her bad mood.
Be careful.
Careful, Curry. You hadn't been looking where you were going and bumped right into Mom, almost stepping on her toes to boot. Sorry. I can give you a pass this time, but be sure to watch where you're going. If you run into the wrong person, you might get your license revoked. She grinned at the bad joke as you continued through the door. Outside, Ma had started organizing what remained and putting back any loose objects that had fallen out during the trip. When you stepped up to the trunk beside her, she took in a big breath of air, her dress gently swaying around in the breeze.
It's a shame.
It's a shame we had to spend the morning cooped up in that shopping center. It's a beautiful day, don't you think? You tilted your head to the sky, gazing at the clear blue expanse. Nope, it absolutely is not. They are not my favorite. It's too hot. Again, I wish it were, not was. I wish it were raining, and I like it when it's stormy the best. You thought of the past winter, remembering the nip of cool air that would travel off the sea. It didn't snow in Sunset Bird, but being wrapped up in bed, listening to the thunder and lightning gave you a certain sense of peace. I'm impressed you can enjoy something like that. It's a good way to think. You smiled at her, turning back to the trunk to help out with the last of the bags. Oh, hi, Cove. You notice Mom wave over at Cove when who had just exited his front door, his surfboard propped up under one arm. Let me see. Surfboard and wetsuit. Where might you be off to on this beautiful day? Cove instantly startled, not having realized your family was also out there, even though your mom was the one who called out. You were the one he looked at. He tried to settle down again. He jogged across the pavement properly to say hello to you and your parents. It was decidedly awkward since Cove had trouble figuring out how close to stand to you. The addition of his unwieldy surfboard made the whole thing seem even clumsier. Careful with that thing. You'll put someone's eyes out. Mom chuckled and got a whispered reproach from Ma about it. Pam, please go easy on him. Cove winced. Sorry, Mrs. McClan. Don't mind her, honey. It's a beautiful day for surfing, and I haven't been out on the waves in a long time. I'm jealous. Yeah, I'm hoping to get a few good waves before it gets dark. Hi, Cove. He had relaxed a lot when Ma spoke to him, but the rigidity came back as soon as you said something.
Hey.
Hi, Curry. Cove managed to grin, and it almost felt like you had butterflies in your stomach. Do you want to come hang out there later? You noticed a flush of red on his cheeks, but that might have just been from the heat. Of course, yeah, totally just from the heat. Nothing else. Sure, I'll meet you there when we're done. Oh, yeah, I could do that. Alright, yep. Cool. When he spoke again, he tried to contain some of the excitement that was clearly ready to burst. It'll be fun. You're not done unloading, right? Can I help? Nope.
No.
This is our job. You go enjoy the beach. Bird can catch up as soon as she is finished here. Alright, I'll see you. Yeah, bye for now. Cove headed down to the beach with more skip in his step than normal. It was really cute. You smiled softly to yourself at the thought that you'd be joining him soon. He sure seemed to perk up after you agreed to meet him there. I wonder why that could be. Ma. Now who's giving him a hard time, Lani? Shush, it's different. Mom's face broke into an incredulous grin. In what way? I mean supportive. And he can't hear it. Mom full on laughed that time. You're the worst of us when it comes to this. Honestly, I keep trying to warn people, but they won't listen. I only want to help. I think it's fair to say he might need it. Meddler, but you have a point. Right? You narrowed your eyes at their teasing, and they simply chuckled conspiratorially before taking more bags from the trunk and heading inside. Once everything had finally been taken in and put away, you got yourself ready to meet Cove at the beach. Had your surfboard in your room that you wanted to take with you, feminine surfboard around here somewhere. You weren't sure what you were going to do. You were surfing and you didn't know how. I can't imagine that 5 years living with him and he's never taught us to surf. Or that we wouldn't have tried to pick up the hobby to spend more time. You'd been practicing your surfing more and more lately. It was always ready to go. After grabbing your board and getting everything ready, you headed down to the beach.
Have fun.
Have fun, honey. Stay safe. When you arrived at the shore, you were greeted by the crash of waves and soft calls of seagulls. You took in a lungful of the ocean air and felt your tan skin warm in the sun. You noticed a small setup nearby with a towel, some sunscreen, and a bottle of water. It must be Cove's. You spotted Cove himself nearby. He hadn't gone out to sea yet. He was just sitting in the sand, at the water's edge, his board propped up beside him. You ran up beside him. Hey, are you waiting for someone? Ori. He looked up at you with a smile and quickly hopped to his feet. I was wondering if you were still coming. I wouldn't have missed it. He chuckled shyly at your insistence. Okay. Then he cast his eyes out towards the waves. Hope I'm not that good at surfing. I'm ready to get in there. When I have a competition, will you give me some tips? Okay. Tough. You dragged a toe through the sand, feeling silly, but still worried nonetheless. He gave a bent smile. So, we're just gonna have fun, right? Yeah. His words made you feel better. The two of you headed out into the water, together. You paddled out into the sea where the good waves were. The water was cool against your skin.
Nice.
Not too calm, but nothing crazy. It looks perfect today. He smiled at you and you couldn't help but smile back. You felt totally content. Until Cope kicked the water a little too hard and it inadvertently splashed you. Hey! Sorry. The apology did not come across as especially repentant, as he was practically laughing when he said it. You splashed him back, of course, you gotta. You laughed but waited for an opening for revenge. The second he looked away, you kicked back, spurring him. It quickly devolved into a splash war. You had no idea who was winning at this point, when the ocean decided to throw its weight around and douse you both with a tall wave. Cobb laughed, his smile infectious. You couldn't help but join in. Draw? No, I totally won. Yeah. Smug. There's gotta be smug. How does that work? You conceded first, that means I win. Cobb shook his head and went silent for a moment. It was a sound argument. Eventually he just shrugged. Fine, I knew it. Cobb pointed out into the distance. You followed his finger to see some nice looking waves. Hey, let's get going. You agreed. No doubt there was room for you to do something good. You're ready to have some fun. You started taking on waves. Cobb tried a few tricks and you got into the rhythm of finding just the right waves. Have you ever thought of what the fish and other ocean animals think we're doing here? Have you?
Not really.
Not really. Okay. It seemed that was all he was going to say on the topic. He started to turn away to paddle to the next wave when he spoke again. Oh, that's weird. Cobb reached in the water and pulled out something small and brown. Was it a tiny stick? A clothespin? Cobb looked at it with disbelief. He blinked slowly. Then he raised the clothespin with a mischievous look in his eye. I guess it's needed. How else would dolphins hang up their flippers? They've gotta be stored somehow. That was terrible then in scale. Please don't. You're adorable. You're adorable. Cobb reddened and pinched the clothespin open and closed as he looked away from you. You played around for the rest of the afternoon and kept chatting in between the waves. You thought about how you had surfed today. You absolutely rocked it. The waves loved you today. You were okay today, nothing special. There was a reason you needed practice. Some of the tricks you pulled off boosted your confidence. It was nice to see your own skills so blatantly on display. Even Cobb was impressed. What an afternoon. The setting sun was visible on the horizon. Every time you would look away, it had sunk a little lower. The beach was darkening but still pleasantly warm. You knew you should get out of the water before it was completely dark in the sea. You rode one last wave to get back to the beach. There, you picked up your surfboard and gave it a quick once over. Cope followed behind you to the shore. He put his board with his other things and grabbed his towel to start drying off. As he ruffled his hair with the towel, we watched the sunset together. The colors were beautiful in the distance, and the shadows around you deepened. There was no need for words between you two as you both enjoyed the sight for a moment. Cope broke the silence. The whips were good today, I think. Yeah, totally. Yes, perfect for surfing. Did you really think so? Let's go with totally. He nodded mildly. You've gotten so good. You couldn't help but smile at the praise. It meant a lot coming from him. You chatted a little more until the conversation truly died out, and all you heard was the rhythmic sound of waves. Then Cope sighed. The day can't be over. Not yet. They skulked in the distance of the sun, as if the sun exiting the sky was a personal offense. Don't you think it should be longer? It felt long enough to me. Only a shrug could express your feelings on the matter. Cope stood up straight in defiance of the approaching darkness. I'm not gonna go home yet. I want to go somewhere. I don't know. Cope was still dripping in salt water, so you weren't sure what the alternative was. Witches were fine for the beach, and not much else. It wasn't a good idea for him to lug his surfboard around town either. You'll be real cute in that wetsuit wherever you go. Out at night, I want to do something too. We'll sure be welcome anywhere soaking wet like this. But we need to make him blush. Cope's face and ears flushed red as he looked down and inspected himself. He crossed his hands over his chest self-consciously. He had been so used to wearing it that Cope hadn't given his current choice of dress any thought. At least that was before you pointed it out to him. Well, you would too, so, Cope's eyes widened when he processed what he'd said, and awkwardly decided to give up on the whole thing. Then he looked down at the shore with wide, shining eyes. There's at least one place it's always okay to hang out in, no matter what time it is. The park. You nodded. The park was virtually always empty. Even Elizabeth only went there nowadays if she was looking for you. Oh, times have changed. She used to be so protective of that place. In fact, the only person there was a chance of you running into me might be that Jeremy kid again. You brought up the idea up to Cope, and he cringed, but I'm still going. The sun is still there, a little. I'm staying out as long as it is. You tagged along. Okay, let's go. Cope took a minute to put his stuff in order. He made sure to get it all, though didn't take much care to shake the sand off. You dealt with your own things. You took your time to pack your bag. The two of you finished at about the same time. As a final touch, Cope plucked his glasses off the beach. He looked more like himself now. He led the way down the beach to the park. It wasn't far, so it didn't take you long at all. The sun still hadn't completely disappeared yet when you made your arrival. Cope stuck his surfboard upright in the sand and tossed his towel over the top of it. By now, the two of you were mostly dry. The summer breeze on your skin kept you pleasantly warm. Both Italy went over the monkey bars. He grabbed them, feet flat on the ground, and pretended to go across. He had definitely grown in the past few years. You're still short enough to use the monkey bars yourself. Sometimes, being tiny had its perks. When he got to a bar in the middle, Cope pulled himself up and through, then sat on top of the bars. His legs dangled off the side of the bar he perched on. You joined him on the monkey bars. You looked above yourself to inspect the monkey bars. You might have been short, but that just gave you more experience in climbing things. You leapt and grabbed at one of the bars, using the momentum to swing yourself up. It took a little more scrambling, but you made it to the top. Cove seemed impressed. You settled on the monkey bar like it was a throne. You didn't get to be above everything often. Guess what? He smiled broadly and raised an eyebrow. He's not here. Right, it was true. There wasn't a single sign of Jeremy. Looks like it was just going to be the two of you tonight. Cove hung his head and groaned dramatically. Your eyes widened when he whipped his head back up.
No way.
I can't believe how dumb my parents are for forcing me to come to this stupid place. You were taken aback and blinked for a second, before you realized he was quoting Jeremy. Don't scare me like that when Jeremy is enough. That's not really nice, funny but not nice. You don't have to tease him. Ugh, parents don't know anything. Hope chuckled back at you, amused. He looked around. The old park, the street you knew like the back of your hand, and the beach. These were your stomping grounds. You wonder how Cove actually felt. How much was his joke just a joke, and how much was sincere dislike of this place? Moving had never been his choice. I know you don't think it's dumb. Cove kicked his legs carelessly as he dangled. He smiled softly. I like it here. I really do. It's a nice place. It didn't hesitate. There was no uncertainty. It was his genuine opinion. And this one person nodded wordlessly. Well, of course, I'm here after all. You're the best thing in the neighborhood, Cove. Ooh. Tough. Tough, tough, tough. Well, of course, I'm here after all. Cove flushed and started kicking his legs wildly, like he was running in place. It didn't take long for the day to finally draw to a close. The sun was gone, and it was dark. It chatted a while longer, but it was definitely winding down. We better get home. I wish they were stronger. You just know to say anything. He sat in the dark in silence. Could shift positions so that his back was on the monkey bars and he could look up at the stars. You wondered how comfortable that could be. Look at the moon. It's so clear tonight. You glanced up and saw a great gibbous moon swelling over the sky. Few clouds covered the sparkling stars above. Too bad we can't stay forever. Hope sighed. It was time to go home. He hopped down from the monkey bars with a thumb when his feet hit the ground. You clambered down the monkey bars yourself. You lowered yourself more slowly than Cove and barely made a sound when your feet reached the ground. Cove grabbed his surfboard and threw his towel around his neck. With his water bottle in hand, he was ready. You both began your trek up the road. It was a quiet night, and you didn't run into anyone else. And it felt like no time at all, you had reached your street. As you walked, Cove smiled to himself. It was a soft expression, and you couldn't help but wonder what put it there. Hey, don't keep all that thinking to yourself. I just remember when we were younger. It used to be such a big deal to come home after dark. You could indeed recall. If you got sandy, your parents would have something to say. If you got wet, your parents would have more to say. And if you came home after dark, well, your mom's and his dad better have said it was okay beforehand. You used to need permission for everything. A small comment he made exposed just how much freedom you really had this summer. Cove looked up into the sky. A smile stood on his face as the two of you walked side by side, reminiscing. When you came to your houses, you turned to each other. Thanks for today, Corey. It was nice seeing you. Yep. Thanks for the awesome day. Cove waved and you both turned around to your respective houses. This was a pleasant end to the outing, you thought. Alright. Alright. Okay. delicious water. I'm thinking growing, mall, birthday, escapade, soiree, road trip, or dinner. I think I'll go with growing. Early one afternoon, you found yourself in the living room with your family. It was another one of those summer days where it felt too hot to go outside, but it was too uncomfortable to do anything inside either. The air conditioner was cranked up as far as you could negotiate it, but everyone was still being pretty lazy. You, your moms, and sister were lounging around while the TV blared on in the backdrop, ignored by all of you. You, specifically, were lying spread eagle on the carpet, sitting cross-legged on the floor, perched on the floor on the arm of the couch, draped over the coffee table. The sofa had been nice and cool to the touch at first, but now your skin was sticking to it. Elizabeth broke the silence with a loud groan. You glanced over. She was lying on her back over the couch. Nah, it's summer. No blanket. It's too hot. And welcome back, Commander. Elizabeth broke the silence with a loud groan. You glanced over. She was lying on her back over the couch, massaging her calf with one hand. Ugh, I feel terrible. I'm dying in this house and my legs hurt. Mom looked up from the magazine. She'd barely been flipping through and frowned, concerned. Could you have strained them somehow? Elizabeth flailed briefly, then flopped onto her side with a heavy sigh. I don't know, it just hurts.
Sweetie.
Oh, sweetheart. Fact that I wear a jacket and sweater and jacket in 30-degree weather, a blanket is needed. When you say 30-degree weather, do you mean Fahrenheit or Celsius? Because big difference. Ma got up from her seat in the kitchen table. Celsius? Okay, then you're crazy. Ma got up from her seat at the kitchen table and walked over to your sister. She did a light pat on Elizabeth's shoulder sympathetically. I'm sorry you have to deal with that. Maybe it's growing pains. You could be taller by next fall. Elizabeth scoffed. She didn't look impressed with Ma's assessment. I'd rather be my height forever than deal with this. Ma walked over too, leaning against the back of the couch. Kids, they grow up so fast. Soon Elizabeth will have a home of her own, maybe with a nice husband and some kids, if she feels like it. She sniffled loudly and wiped at her tea, but you could tell that it was just a bit. You tilted your head. Even though you knew Elizabeth liked guys, it was hard to imagine her with a boyfriend or husband. She only invested in hanging out with her group of friends, not chasing after boys. Ma must agree with you, because she shook her head.
No.
Let's not exaggerate. She's still practically a child. But if you ever do pursue romance, Elizabeth, you can come talk to me about it. Definitely. We were always willing to lend an ear. Elizabeth's features contorted in disgust. No way, I'm not talking to my moms about that. Mom's jaw dropped and she gasped in an exaggerated display of shock. Her hand came up to rest against her chest. Ma only grinned. She didn't look offended by Elizabeth's quick response at all. It really wouldn't be so bad to come to us. I know what it's like to have a crush on a pretty boy or two. I don't, but I can listen anyway. Mom snarled at her own joke, while Ma burst into giggles. They were having a little too much fun at Elizabeth's expense. Elizabeth certainly wasn't feeling the amusement because she rolled her eyes and sat up. I'm going back to my room. I'd rather melt alone, thanks. She strode off towards the staircase, taking the steps two at a time. Your mom stared after her, then turned to each other with raised eyebrows. Whoops. Looks like we scared her off with all the romance talk.
Well?
Those fucking grins, look at them. They're proud of it. Oh well, we'll get her next time. You watch them titter with some surprise. Obviously, your moms like women, but you had no idea that Ma liked guys too. Today was the first time you'd heard her say something like that. Wait, you had crushes on guys? Since when? Hey Derpy, welcome back. It's good to see you. You did catch it early in the sense that I still have a lot more to go, but it's almost 2 hours since I started the stream. Bi people winning? Absolutely. Second. There we go. She turned to you, happy to bring you into things now that you've spoken up. She smiled and nodded. Always. I like both. But I like your mom most of everyone. She's special. Ma's smile turned all soft in the corners, like it usually did when she looked at her. She pinched Mom's cheek lightly. Mom reached up to cup a hand over Ma's. Even when Ma stopped pulling her cheek, the hands remained clasped together.
You're fantastic.
Gay. Thanks, honey. I think most women have charm, but no one can hold a candle to you.
Aww.
Aw, Pamela. Oh, only about an hour as a start? Yeah, no, more like 2, but it's okay. Don't worry about it. Ma beamed, then kissed Mom on the cheek. On the cheek she'd been pinching before. You laughed at their antics. You thought the moment was very sweet. You smiled to yourself at the side. No matter how often your moms expressed their feeling for each other, it was always nice to witness it. Ma looked back at you. Compared to the previous about 2 hours, have I got some news to tell you? Mom looked back at you, letting Mom's hand go with a brief squeeze. She settled down next to you, and Mom followed soon after. I'm also here to listen. I'm also here to listen to you whenever you're ready. That offer isn't just for Elizabeth. In fact, I think the talk may be needed sooner for you. After all, you already have someone, isn't that right? Mom shook her head and elbowed Ma, but it was futile. Meddler. Blushed fiercely, you also elbowed her. Ma, and I don't have someone. Go farness? What do you mean go farness? 4? Alright, let's go 4. Ma only giggled and smiled, looking the least bit apologetic. There's no rush, of course. You can take all the time you need to figure out what or who you want. Oh yeah, knee deep in denial. Yeah, fair enough.
It's okay.
Don't think you have to stick out with whatever you come up with right now, either. Life's nice like that. Can't change and you can learn. Mom nodded in agreement. The two of us are happy to hear you out, and may be able to relate better than you think. Still, we won't push the topic, at least most of the time. She gave Ma the weakest, scathing look possible, while being unable to stop grinning. You don't have to worry about it. You nodded silently. You weren't sure what to say to that. Mom let out another exaggerated sniffle. It didn't take a genius to realize it was fake. First Elizabeth, and now you. You have to grow up. Yes, she learned to do that from time to time. Your parents quickly grew absorbed in their conversation about rearing kids. You took that as your cue to leave, getting up so you could spend some time alone in your room too. They let you go without a problem, so you made your way up the stairs. You let out a sigh once you stepped into your room. It was just as sweltering in there as it was in the living room, possibly even a little warmer. You couldn't even open your window since it was hotter outside, and you would just let the AC out. I mean, if you think about it, if you open the window, it will create a pressure differential, because most likely the inside of your house is at a higher pressure than the outside of the house, which would cause the AC to go out, yes, but it would create a breeze, which would cool you off more. You tracked your feet as you crossed the room. You checked your current sweltering condition in the mirror as you passed it. You thought back to the conversation you had downstairs about growing up and all that. After a moment, you stepped a bit closer to the mirror. You stared into it. We're not paying it. We're 13. These are adult problems. You stared into it, then turned away from the surface to look down at yourself. You were definitely growing, alright? It was weird thinking about how you were now, and in comparison to what you'd been when you were younger. When it came to your body, it... muscle, chubby, slender, heavyset, scrawny. What do you think? Thinking muscle. Muscle is always good. And muscle is justice. You shifted to the side, your head still facing forward, and continuing the self-evaluation from this viewpoint. At birth, you were assigned female, at birth, you were assigned male, and you were born intersex and... I'd forgotten it was this fucking detailed. Huh. Right, I'm gonna go here, because I want to see how it happens later. But you were born specifically from Step 3 and possibly the Not Safe for Work DLC. Because I have it somewhere. I'm gonna play it. Probably not on stream, but I'm curious. What you were born as impacted the way your body grew, but it wasn't what really determined who you were. Interesting. Only flat. You thought about being different. You aim to have rest through hormone therapy. Interesting. You're young right now and had a body that was still developing, though you were hopeful about the future. You took the step backwards, finishing with your impromptu inspection. You looked your eyes with your reflection. Actually? Save here. I'm just gonna do that because I'm curious about the rest. Flat. Boobs. More boobs. Did you not know there's a Not Safe for Work DLC? Surprise. There's a Not Safe for Work DLC. I don't know where you can get it. For sure you cannot get it on Steam. I think it might be available on itch.io. But for sure you can get it by at the Patreon. But I'm honestly not sure like how it works anywhere. I have it saved somewhere. Like I know I do. Somewhere in my archive. But my archive is about like 10 terabytes of data now. So boobs. Doesn't feel congruent. Kinda? As far as I understand it, it's like end of Step 3 or something. I've never played it. Like, I have it, but I've never actually had a chance to play it. Because it came out long after I finished playing what was available at the time. I was simply subbed to the Patreon at the time. It's a Waffy visual novel. I'm sure it's Waffy too. There was no mistaking it, even with your shield helping to obscure your harm. You had boobs now. Okay. Took a step backwards, finished with your impromptu inspection. You looked eyes with your reflection, cocking your head to the side. All things considered, you thought you looked fantastic. Bad. No idea. Neutral. Self-conscious. Let's go with fantastic. You beamed, pleased with what you saw. You even winked for good measure, before chuckling to yourself. You shook your head and roughly, putting thoughts of what you were turning into out of your mind. This wasn't the time to focus on such things. You had something to do in this heat. You had to find something to do in this heat. You shuffled over to your bed, collapsing onto the mattress. Your brow scrunched up in thought. Time passed slowly, and to your annoyance, possible ideas about what to do were few and far between. You weren't sure how long it had been, but eventually you heard your mom call you from downstairs. Ori, there's a call for you. Cobb wants to come over, is that alright? You perked up at the words, sitting up in bed. You yelled back to her immediately. Yeah. You got to your feet and headed downstairs, eager to see your friend. You needed to go downstairs soon anyway. Because your empty stomach... I know, right? Of course. That you want to see Cobb. Your empty stomach told you it was almost time for lunch. Just as you reached the bottom of the stairs, you saw Mom put the phone back in the receiver. She glanced at Ma, leaning her hip against the kitchen counter. Why are they blushing? Why are they blushing? Well, here comes trouble. We better prepare ourselves. Ma clicked her tongue in clear disapproval of Mom's words. He's such a good boy. Cobb never wants to cause trouble. I know, right? You can't just be a bit thoughtless and impulsive. Oh, I know. He's very sweet, but that's what makes it more of a problem. If a stranger or some kid from school was egging Cory on to behave badly, I think we can both agree that she'd do the right thing in the end. But if Cobb Holden got into a reckless mood and wanted Cory to be part of the ride, can we really be certain of what call she'd make then?
Yes.
Yes, we can. Yes, we can, Pamela. Cory would do whatever Cobb wanted. No. We would do what would cause the most chaos, okay? Lani! That fucking smile. Look at her. Look at that fucking smile. Your smile giggled freely at Mom's reaction. You worried too much about those two together. Look, all I'm saying is that I haven't forgotten the time when they were kids and tried to run away together. Hey, I protest that. I didn't try to run away with him, I just kept him company. In fact, I brought him back. Coincidentally, the same as Cobb, as we met Cobb once, one time, right? You run away one time, now you're a runaway. You're a flight risk. Insane. And there was that time they snuck out in the middle of the night when Cobb was supposed to sleep over. Ma just laughed. As she turned away, still snorting, her eyes met yours. She blinked in surprise, then waved at you with an easy grin. Mom looked over, noticing you at the foot of the stairs as well. Oh, I didn't expect you to come down already, Cory. I just wanted to let you know what was happening. You called Mom out on her comment. Well, if I hadn't come now, then I wouldn't have heard everything you said. Oh, you got caught, Pam. What? You were saying things too? I didn't say anything. I didn't say anything. I would have told I wouldn't have told... Oh, I didn't say anything I wouldn't have told to Cory directly. Oh, you're unbelievable. You shook your head at your parents, even as you fought a blush when you remembered just what they'd been discussing. Alright, you got me. I'm sorry for being gossipy and saying that about your friend. I can be bad too.
Let's go.
We'll get out of your way now. Mom sighed in mock defeat and made her way down the hall. Ma followed after her with a hushed giggle. Now you were alone in the living room, tasked with waiting for Cobb. And that was just fine with you. If only they knew about the time Cobb slept over in your room without them knowing when they were 13 already. That was just fine with you. If it hadn't been so hot outside, you would have visited him at his house a long time ago. You took a seat at the kitchen counter and settled in for the wait. As expected, there was a knock on the door a few minutes later. When you got up and answered it, your neighbor was standing on the door on the other side. He came in once you stepped aside to let him pass, giving a little wave. Good. You don't verbally invite them in. That way, if they're a vampire, they can't come in, and you're safe. Unless you want them to come in which case, go for it. Whatever, vampires are hot. greeted him as you typically did. With a hug. Come on. Come on. You stiffen in your arms, then relax seconds after. One would think he'd be used to your hugs after all of these years. The blush. Hey. His voice was cracked as he struggled to say something. You didn't feel worried about that. It was how he usually reacted when you were close by. Cope sighed and wiped at his face a bit. He noted the sheen of sweat across his brow. He must be glad to be back in an air-conditioned place, even if he only had to walk across the street to get here. So, what's with the sudden visit? The fucking emoji is great. I don't want to do anything. No one is like this. He gestured vaguely to the humid air hanging around. I thought I could at least do nothing with you. You thought it was reseed? I knew I was doing nothing and maybe I had plans. Makes sense, I was thinking the exact same thing. I didn't, so I called. Your mom told me you were free. He got you there, so much for teasing him. Have you had lunch yet? I was gonna do it soon. He shook his head.
Not really.
I haven't really felt like eating because of the heat. I probably should have lunch. I didn't have breakfast this morning. Yeah, I get like that sometimes too. You didn't eat at all? Could I have something? No? We can eat lunch together. Yes, it's a date. Hope nodded, looking content with your suggestions. Okay, cool. As one, you headed into the kitchen. You crossed your arms as you glanced around, wondering what you should scrounge up for a meal. I don't want to eat anything that's warmed up. Is there anything cold or not cooked? Yeah? After a bit of back and forth, the two of you concluded that you should raid the fridge and cabinet in order to make sandwiches. Based. With that settled, you had planned to decide on the outside layers first. There was a wide variety to choose from, and since everyone in your house had their own favorites, there was white bread, wheat bread, sourdough, mixed grains, gluten-free bread, and pita pockets. I'm sorry. In what universe is there a house with that huge a selection of bread with only 3 people? That is, no, I'm sorry. That's ridiculous. Especially if everyone has favorites, then they will only have those favorites, not for everyone. For every possible choice. You take the grain one for me? Sure. You reached for the mixed grains and then made your decision. Sourdough. Oh. Alright, I'm curious. What do you think? For me it's sourdough. Delicious sourdough. Sandwich bread and sandwich you straight up eat is different. Yeah, but this is obviously the sandwich bread. You pull out the sourdough too. Setting both items onto the counter. Then you had to decide what main direction the sandwich would go in. Savory, I'm sorry. Like sweet is fine, but not for lunch. Sweet is fine for breakfast or dinner, but for lunch, savory is what you want. Something savory would make it feel like a real meal. As for specific ingredients, alright, this is good stuff. It's good stuff. Tomato. Cheddar. Ham. Ooh. Where's the bacon? You're missing the bacon. Sometimes I eat sweet for dinner. Yeah. Sometimes. What of the perspective that sweet is something you eat for snacks, not for meals? Yeah, but dinner is different. And breakfast is different. You can traditionally eat that for dinner and breakfast. After all, cereal is a traditional breakfast food, right? Same for, at least over here, it's also a traditional dinner food. Maybe because in kosher or halal, but it should still give you the option. I'm pretty sure ham is not kosher or halal either. Oh, avocado. Fuck yes. A little more cheese, some egg salad, and some turkey. Some cucumber. For the finished product, you intended to top your sandwich with mustard, mayo, hot sauce, yes, salt and pepper, a little bit of pesto, no ranch. You nodded to yourself with a quiet hum, satisfied. The two of you bustled around the kitchen, opening and closing things. Fairly. Fair. Although, I'll be honest, it's not a traditional sandwich meat. Right, sure, there's the BLT, bacon, lettuce, and avocado, but for the most part, I don't really hear of bacon in sandwiches. Even if you should always have bacon in sandwiches. Oh, delicious. Closing things in order to collect everything you needed for individual sandwiches. You focus intently on assembling your own, for the most part. When you were close to being done, though, you glanced over at your neighbor. Cope was putting his sandwich together delicately, his brow furrowed and tongue sticking out just barely. There were open jars of peanut butter and honey on his plate, as well as a banana peel. So he was making a peanut butter, banana, and honey sandwich on mixed grain bread. Alright, it's not bad. It's a tasty idea. That sounded great. Seemed weird. Maybe you have one yourself at a different time. Curiosity satiated, you turned it back to your plate and finished your own creation. By the time you were done, Cope had already cleaned up his workstation. He turned to face you, studying your sandwich briefly. He gave it an incredulous look, but didn't question you about it. Good. Done? Yeah. Cool. He waited as you quickly returned the ingredients and cleaned a few utensils. Then the two of you collected your respective plates. You both agreed on heading upstairs to hang out in your room. You and Cope entered the bedroom. While balancing your food on the plates, nothing fell, so it was a successful trip. Cope took a seat on the ground, stretching out on the hardwood floor in an attempt to keep a bit cooler. He immediately took a big bite of his sandwich, chewed, then hummed happily. This sandwich is really good. At least that's something. At this point, you sat down and started on your own sandwich. You nodded. You were enjoying yours too. Obviously, you were a pro at making sandwiches. He leaned back on his hands while chewing and glanced around. His every movement was sluggish. Want to do something? It seemed the plan of not doing anything at all had already worn thin, despite his lack of enthusiasm. Yeah, like what? Not really. Couldn't even muster a reply. Like what? He rolled his head back, looking up at the ceiling. What about Hangman? He laughed at the suggestion, but went along with it. You put your plate to the side and pulled out some markers and scrap paper. As you laid everything on the floor, he scooted back to make more room in front of you. Cope picked up one of the markers with his right hand, while keeping a half slice of sandwich on his left. Can I pick the phrase? Okay, I wanted to guess first anyway. He smiled briefly before he bent over the paper and began sketching the hangman frame. When he stopped, pursing his lip in thought, then he stopped. He tapped on the end of his marker against his cheek. You watched silently as Cope looked down at the paper, up at your face, and then off to the side in a loop. His marker kept tapping his cheek the entire time. You raised an eyebrow. He suggested the game and wanted to pick the phrase, but it looked like he didn't actually have anything in mind for it. Finally, he put empty lines on the paper to signify spots for letters. Alright, you guys were guessing. You peered over. His secret phrase consisted of 3 words. The first 2 had 3 letters, and the last had 4. You thought hard about what your first guess would be. Enter one letter of the alphabet. I actually don't remember. I'm thinking start with A. It's a fairly common letter. You can find it anywhere. Yeah, that was first. Got 1. After the first round, you were about to take another bite of your sandwich when a thought occurred to you. I wonder if anyone turned off the TV downstairs. The TV. It was on earlier, but no one was really watching. Then everyone started leaving the living room. I know I didn't turn it off. It might still be on downstairs, with no one there. Ko smiled crookedly at that.
Oh.
For a show? Playing with no one around to enjoy it? What was it? You squinted off into the middle distance, trying to recall the show's name. I feel like it was some kind of crime-solving drama. I'm gonna go with NCIS. It was NCIS. Hope nodded sleepily, his eyes closed, then opened again with some effort. Can you give me any specifics? Maybe I can guess it. Well? You rested your chin on your open palm, groggily thinking as hard as you could. I remember there was a woman with long, blonde hair, I think? She was the one solving crimes. Like, as a detective or something. Alright, maybe it was Fringe. Woman with long hair? Blonde? Fringe. NCIS was great, I love it. There were scenes in a police station. Because someone got arrested? So not Fringe. He lapsed into silence, the both of you thoughtful. Then Cope chuckled. It wasn't that funny, but he joined in the laughter anyway.
I don't know.
I know what that is. Me neither. And I just saw it. Enter one letter. Let's go with I. No, sorry. I'm gonna start adding the little person. Another round came and went, and Cope grumbled as he readjusted himself. His features were twisted in a grimace. I feel so sticky. I'm gonna be stuck in the floor forever now. I'll have to charge you rent. You can be my new roomie if you want. Looks like we'll both... Oh, I think I know what it is already. Looks like we'll both be stuck here forever, then I'm sticky too. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I know what it is already. No way. I'll peel you off if I have to. Yeah. You just smiled at his whining. He smiled slightly at your joking suggestion. I said it was a joke. That wouldn't be so bad. You couldn't help but smile too. Now that you thought about it, being roommates with Cope would be fun. Roommates. Sure, that's the word. You. Good guess. Joe spoke once more, catching your attention. He was staring down at the piece of paper between you, his expression thoughtful. You know, Hangman is kind of a creepy game. Why did people come up with it? Why did they play it? Maybe it's what they had instead of real court trials back then. I always wondered. I'll have to look it up later. No one's really sure where the name came from. So I'm gonna go with this one. Hope raised a skeptical brow. You bit back a laugh and feigned seriousness. If you got it right, then you were innocent, and then they let you go. But if you got it wrong, they killed you. Shooted out your eerie explanation before rejecting it outright.
No way.
It's terrible and not real. You chuckled to yourself and went back to the creepy game. You. Yep, that's right. By this point, Cope had finished his sandwich. Yours was almost gone too, but now you were getting thirsty. You brought it up to your neighbor. Should we go downstairs to get some drinks? I was thinking that too, but I don't really want to get up. Me neither. You looked over at him, narrowing your eyes with false suspicion. Hey, what happened to you not being able to get up ever again because you were stuck to the floor? That's still true. I mean, we're not actually going, are we? I only thought about it. You rolled your eyes and dropped the issue, defeated, Cobb grinned a little at your disappointment over his victory. That's another one. Ow. Enter one letter. You're really close. No shit, Cobb. Yep. I'm gonna save here. That's the point for me. Did that one already, remember? Not either. Get out an arm now. Oh, I might win this. Only one left. You're definitely gonna get it. I'm trying to think of a possible way where I could... Am I unironically throwing? I am unironically throwing. I'm trying to think of a way where I can complete the throw and have it not be completely blatantly obvious. Then again, which would be funnier? I know, right? Sorry, the little guy's older and dead. I win. You scowled for you, so could say anything. Cobb spoke up again. But I can just tell you what it was. You looked up at him, waiting for the answer. Instead of saying it though, he took his marker and silently filled in the remaining letter. Cute. The phrase was finally complete. You're cute. He stared. There wasn't mistaking what was written. Clear as day on the paper. Sahusa? What is Sahusa? You took in the words a moment longer, then you looked up at Cobb. Ah, the blush. Do you mean Sasuga? He had trouble meeting your shocked gaze, a smile settling awkwardly on his lips. His next words left him in a mumble. It was all I could think of at the time. Know what to move? It was instant. You leaned over and wrapped your arms around him in a hug. Ah, fair enough, fair enough. I can't believe you. Damn. Let out a small squeak. Tough choices. Really tough. Ah. Go smiled a bit more, clearly still feeling awkward about the move. He pulled. He turned away from you, his cheeks tinted pink. A moment passed between the two of you. Now would be the perfect time to change the subject, but you didn't. You didn't either. Things started feeling a bit more personal. All of a sudden, you looked into Cobb's ocean eyes and saw yourself staring back. I really think you're cute, seriously. Did you mean it? Nothing. Damn. Both are good. What, you on one? I'm thinking one too. Cobb's features softened at your words, but he remained serious. Thanks. I mean it too. Finally, he broke the eye contact. I've heard at some point you're supposed to start liking types of people. Uh-huh, exactly. Especially because in the growing up, we already said that she's very confident in her appearance. I've heard at some point you're, or whatever. I haven't really noticed that yet. Nothing's changed, not in a big way, not for everybody. May you have to grab more, but at least with... He waited, but he trailed off. He wasn't going to keep talking. You pouted. You wanted him to finish the thought. At least what? You shook off the strangeness of the situation and tried to be supportive. Maybe you just don't like anybody, or maybe you like all types of people. That's normal too. Cope seemed to appreciate the thought. With the smile that appeared on his face, lips was any indication, but the expression was quick to disappear. He peered over it at you, looking nervous. Okay, what about you? What kind of guy or person do you like? Hopeful, huh? He winced and seemed to be mentally kicking himself for saying it like that. You considered his question carefully. Didn't you know who or what you liked? I know, right? Didn't really have physical interest in people. Think you could tell if you had an interest in people? There was only one person. You were starting to have romantic attraction in a general way. You only seemed to feel romantic attraction. There was only one person. But specifically, when it came to how you felt towards boys, attractive in general, attractive but hadn't thought about it, weren't interested, physically interested but romantically, generally weren't, but there were special exceptions. And how you felt towards girls, gay. Yep, the only exception. Found them attractive but hadn't thought about it because Cope. Attractive but hadn't thought about it. You explained how you felt to Cope. He listened intently, taking every word as you tried to convey how you felt. He definitely perked up a bit when you mentioned having some interest in romantic relationships. Then he scratched his back, the back of his head, sheepish. I'm not really sure how we ended up talking about it. Sure you fucking don't know how you ended up talking about this, Cope. Sure you don't. When we started by playing Hangman, but it was good, I think. The conversation had a mind of its own. I think so too. Uba chuckled a little bashfully. He glanced around, clearly scrambling for something else to say. Have you seen any movies recently? Smooth. You're smooth, Cope. Oh yeah, I can't believe I almost forgot to tell you. The conversation took a lighter turn after that, and it felt like you got closer that afternoon. Finally, the blazing sun began to set. To your relief, the air cooled down a bit as a result. You pulled yourself off the floor, as did Cope, with some minor complaint. You both stretched your arms groaning and yawned into your hands. You glanced out your window briefly, taking in the soft reds, pinks, and purples of the late afternoon sky. Somehow, you had made it through the scorching hot day in one piece. Cope turned towards you, motioning towards your window with his chin. When I go outside, it might be better out there than it is here now. Let's do it. I'm sick and tired of being cooped up inside all day. The two of you took your time heading downstairs. You stopped briefly to grab a drink of water, then continued on your way. You stepped outside one after the other, your destination being the familiar hills behind your house. This time of day, it was quiet outside. The flowers blew gently in the wind, petals trembling but stubbornly hanging in there. You felt the breeze cool your heated skin, and you relaxed your shoulders. Cope closed his eyes, releasing a deep breath. I really love it out here. I do too. You do? That's surprising, you said jokingly. Your opinion sure has changed since you were first on this hill. You quietly enjoyed the moment. 2 or 3. I'm thinking 3. Yep. Cope chuckled, not even attempting to deny your words. A beat passed, but his gaze didn't stray far from your own. His voice was impossibly soft when he spoke up again.
Worry.
I'm glad I met you, Corey. You're really important to me, you know? Blushed, I feel the same. Smile sweetly. You're being too sweet. You're special to me. What did he say?
Worry.
Important. I'm thinking special. Yep. Your voice came out equally delicate, and the way his features brightened though, you knew he heard you. Then Cope reached over and held your hand, without another word. But remember, she doesn't have a crush. You're totally just friends. Platonic. He held your hand without another word. Even as the sun disappeared completely and the sky darkened, you and Cope remained side by side for as long as you possibly could. Alright. Let me quickly... Okay. Yeah. Okay. Save. Okay. Nope. Load it. You're cute. That was the phrase that song settling out when you started it. I had a feeling you knew what the phrase was. Resident Faro. I know, right? Seeing it, clear say in the paper. Taking the words from when you look at Cope. He had trouble meeting your shocked gaze, a smile settling awkwardly in his lips, and...
I mean...
Alright, good enough. Load. Alright, what do you think? Birthday, mall, escapade, soiree, or dinner? Mall? Let's go mall. Lee's visit today turned out to be more involved. I want to leave escapade near the last. More involved than you expected. After overhearing where the Holding family was going, Lee insisted on seeing Mr. Holden's shop firsthand. An hour later, and Lee was busy looking at every item in display. Because Cope's dad offered supplies, lessons, and tours, his shop had all the scuba-related stuff you could imagine. Fins, masks, suits, and snorkels. After circling around the shop, you finally stopped and looked at the whole room. This was the first time you'd been here too. It wasn't often that you tagged along to hang out at this shop. You spent a lot of time here over the years. What do you think? I'm thinking 2 or 3. Part of you wants 3? If only because of Cope, you are right. The shop was as familiar to you as your own neighborhood. It was practically another extension of home. You were still bursting with excitement. You were in good spirits, you felt okay, you were unhappy. When you arrived, you took Lee on a tour, including a sales pitch on all your favorite things. Mr. Holden promised there was no rush and asked you to give Lee some time to explore at her own pace. Lee was so busy poking through the various wetsuits displayed, so you decided to see what Derek and Cope were doing. They were too absorbed in their conversation to notice you standing near them, leaning against the counter. You were able to pick up the topic quite quickly.
Anyway,
My dad told me the new stuff is selling like crazy. Yeah, the material has a new blend with less neoprene. My dad says people are really interested in it. It brought a smile to your face, hearing that the shop was doing well. You decided to keep listening. Tease, listen, join in. Eavesdropping. It was interesting just to watch them speak about what they knew. But really, there's just so much to think about with the business, it's crazy. No matter how much I come, I still don't think I get it. Cope hummed and nodded in agreement, causing a good humoured laugh. From Derek. I thought you only liked the scuba diving part, not the job part. That's just the best part. I think about other things too.
I got you.
Cool. The business side, running it. That's my favorite. Out of the corner of your eye, you caught movement and you realize that Lee was not standing next to you. When your dads retire, do you guys think you're gonna carry on the store? Both sons shrugged in unison.
Well,
There's tons of things I could do. My dad thinks so too. He doesn't want me to plan on working here forever. Cope's gaze fell to the floor. You could see the conflict flashing across his face.
I don't know.
I don't know. It's a lot. Being the real boss of something and totally in charge. If my moms had their own business, I'd take it over. I wouldn't want to take over it. I can't run a business. Want to take over someone else's shop. I want to do my own thing. Then do you think your dad should let me take over this shop? You'll be amazing. 1 or 5? 5? 5 them up. Fair. Derek smiled in equal parts happiness and bashfulness. He bounced on his feet a bit. Thanks, Curry. I'm happy you believe in us. Me too. Co's parents left the back office and came over, catching your attention. Man, kid's got great genes. Holy shit. Sorry, kids. It looks like it's gonna be a long one. I know it. Usually others hold the fort down, but I really need to stay here today. I know you just wanted a little visit. It'd be boring getting stuck all day because of me. Kira can take my car and go back to the neighborhood. Cobe and Derek gave him an understanding look. I know, right? Mr. Holden crossed his arms and flashed you all a big smile, trying to lift the mood. The one condition is that someone has to remember to come back for me later. You don't get to strand me here. No matter how funny that might be. Kira laughed and gave a thumbs up. Mr. Holden seemed satisfied with that. He moved on with the explanation. Derek, your dad also has his hands full today, so he doesn't have time to run you back home.
it's okay.
That's alright, sir. The title Sir got an awkward chuckle out of Cliff, which was cut short when Kira elbowed him teasingly. I know, right? She for sure would do it.
What do you think?
You already said I could borrow your car. Why don't I take all the kids somewhere fun for the afternoon?
Absolutely.
That's fine with me. Please come back eventually. Sometime today, Kira. After multiple jokes about being left with no ride, you had to wonder if that actually happened in their past together. For you, my good sir, I swear, cross my heart. Happy with the promise, Cliff took out his black wallet and offered a $50 bill to Kira. Here, in case you need gas or something else while you're out. Kira smiled knowingly and accepted the bill without hesitation.
Thank you.
Thank you. Cope's dad stuck the wallet into his back pocket while he waved with the free hand. Okay, time for me to jump back into work. Have fun for me. Bye, Dad. Bye. Bye, sir. That's so weird. Bye, Mr. Holden. Goodbye, sirs and madams. He left the room with a wink and flare, disappearing into the employees-only area of the shop. When Mr. Holden was out of sight, Kira silently strolled over to the counter and carefully placed a $50 bill there. She turned back around and beamed a large smile at you and the others. Come on, gang. Let's see if this town has a mall.
Yeah!
Yes! Unable to contain her excitement, Lee actually jumped with joy, while Cove and Derek just grinned. It wasn't a mall in your hometown, but Mr. Holden's store wasn't in Sunset Bird. It might be possible to find a mall out here. You felt pumped. Heck yeah. Let's go. She quickly herded the group out of the store into the car.
Cool.
As a driver, I get to choose my partner in crime. Naturally, I bestow the position of shotgun to my baby. Oh god, poor Cobb. Her comment had both Derek and Lee snickering. Cobb was for sure embarrassed over the phrasing and the blatant favoritism, but he took the seat by his mom without complaint. He decided to stick up for Cobb, complain at the special treatment, fine with that, or kept quiet. Let's go for one. He's not a baby. He can decide wherever he wants to sit. Cobb ran a hand nervously through his hair. He was in disbelief that you'd disagree with his parent like that.
My baby.
Hurry, you're right. Cobb's not a baby, but he'll always be my baby. A precious baby boy. Oh, I'm sorry, Cobb. I think we made it worse. Ira turned to Cobb. Her expression lit up just by looking at him, and he became even more awkward. I couldn't think of anyone better I'd want sitting in a shotgun with me. But if he doesn't want to, he doesn't want to. I'll love him no matter what.
That's,
I'm already here. I'll just stay. He still looked like he wanted to crawl out of his own skin. Unfortunately, your attempt to help backfired. Moms could be tricky that way. I'll take the middle seat. Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, I want the window seat. You two can have them. Are you cool with that? You thought it was odd that anyone would keep up a window seat, but you knew Derek tried to be especially polite when he was a guest. You nodded.
Fantastic.
Good. Sounds like we are in agreement. Everyone squeezed into the car, buckling in, and Kira turned the radio on. She set it to a top 40s pop station. You were into it. Yeah, I like it. Quickly you recognized the song playing. It was a new one by an artist you were listening to a lot recently. It wasn't long until your group realized that they were lost, but after driving enough circles, Kira's struggle paid off when she found a local mall. There were more cheers from Lee as Kira pulled into a parking slot. Once your group had made it inside, the first order of business on the strip was checking what this mall actually had. Where should we go? Oh, I think I see a makeup store up ahead. She rolled up on her tiptoes to get a better view of. Meanwhile, Derek was eyeing the directory. There's a chocolate shop. Seriously, we have to go there. Yes, wait, and we need to find a decent jewelry shop. I need new hair ties and barrettes.
Nice.
You've also gotta at least look for a game store. There's tons of things you can't get anywhere but a store that's just for video games. Hey, what are you thinking, Cobb? I want to look at the fish in the pet store. You could have guessed that much. Anywhere else? He smiled with some bashfulness. Can we go to a camping and outdoor supply store?
so...
What about you, Curry? Tough. Video game? Pet? And bookstore. I think that... Yep. Bibliophile. That's all that really... chocolate. I can't not say chocolate. But that's all. That's certainly a list. Good thing we have all afternoon. Yeah. I have my own stops I want to take. Let's agree to regroup here at 7.
What?
You're not coming with us? We're all in the same building. You wouldn't be as alone as you think. I'd only be a few minutes away at most. You're old enough to enjoy them all without me hovering. Okay.
See you soon.
Be back here at 7 p.m. Toodaloo. Leaving Derek and Lee stunned by their newfound freedom, Kira walked off. When she was almost out of sight, Derek's face twisted in confusion. Wow, she's really gone. I can't believe she just did that. This is so cool. We get to do whatever we want. You were happy? Was sure? Okay. It really is exciting. With the decision already made, Derek tried to pull together his earlier enthusiasm for the trip. So, where are we going first? Time's wasting. Whatever's closest. Things are coming together, but you realize there might be a flaw in today's sudden plans. What's wrong, Corey? Did everybody bring money with them?
Yeah.
Yep,
Yeah.
I did. I always have some on me when I come all the way out here. You had money here? You left money at home? You didn't have any? Let's go with money. Immediately, you felt better about the situation. It would have been a downer to not be able to even think about something at the mall because they didn't have money. I'm good. Now that everything was squared away, you explored the mall together as a group. There were many shops that you managed to venture into so far. You all even went into a video game store, leaving you with a pep in your step. This was better than you thought, and there was still so much to see. After having hit many of the top priority stores, you found yourself passing by a small booth. It was decorated in wind chimes of various sizes. You raised a hand up to one of the smaller ones. What sparked your attention next was Cole. You thought for sure he was going to stop at the booth by the way he looked at it, but he kept going. Do you want one? It wasn't until he asked that you realized that you had stopped in front of the booth without saying anything. Lee just continued to encourage you. You should get one. I'm just looking. You wanted one, but for someone else. They had caught your attention. No, it was because it might make a nice gift. You wondered if Lee was planning on becoming a wind chime salesperson since she kept pushing it. I have ones like this at home, and it makes the prettiest sound. Fishing your money out, you made a decision on what to buy. One for yourself and one for Cobe. Just for Cobe. Can I buy this one, please? You smiled at yourself. Imagine what you'll think about it. Lee raised an eyebrow at that. The shopkeeper carefully wrapped your purchase up and handed it back to you in a bag. You accepted and then raced off with Lee to catch up to the boys. For Cobe, you had picked up a beautiful wind chime that had a dolphin, simple design, crystal. Gotta be dolphin, right? Yeah, it's gotta be dolphin. You had a feeling he'd appreciate that. After leaving another clothing store, one that Lee couldn't resist exploring, you and your friends found yourselves walking down the main hall of the mall again. It wasn't long until everyone you were with had their eye on the smoothie kiosk ahead. Should we stop? Yeah. As you approached, your eye was drawn to the dizzying list of smoothie combinations. A part of you wondered how long it would take to try them all. Hi there. You need the rundown of how this works? Yes, please. Okay, first you pick up to 3 options of fruits or berries. Then, I'll add the ice and the store's special smoothie base mix. And then you'll have your berry on smoothie for $4. There's only one size. Cope leaned over the counter a bit. For several moments, he intently studied the plentiful fruit and berry options. I want to get a strawberry banana smoothie with coconut too. Sounds good. Is anyone else getting something? Can I get one that is just all mango? Of course.
Thanks.
I'd like strawberries, blueberries, and raspberries for mine. Thanks. The shopkeeper looked at you now. Of course we want one. Could I get... Hey. Peach? Or... orange? Orange? And... raspberry? Or mango? Kiwi. And that's everything. At that, everyone went ahead and paid for their individual drinks. You waited over at the other side of the booth where the drinks were put. When they were done, Derek bounced on his feet. excited for his to be ready.
Aw.
This is gonna be good. Lee chimed in with her own enthusiasm. I know, right? Everybody says their smoothie-based stuff can make any drink great. Cobb, while quieter, looked just as eager for his smoothie. Luckily, there hadn't been anyone else before you, so it wasn't a long wait. Your group collected the fresh drinks as they were placed on the counter. Straws were placed through the opening at the top of the cup, and the first tentative sips were had. Derek sighed in satisfaction after his first taste. Mango is too delicious. Mine is super good too. Cobb nodded and hummed in agreement. His straw was still in his mouth. You're really happy with yours? This is perfect. Cool. We all made excellent choices today. Yeah. You asked if you could try. Sneakily, you wanted to steal a sip of someone else's smoothie. You decided to steal a sip of Lee. While Lee was talking, you stepped in close and leaned down to steal a sip. With the question, Lee continued to hold the cup for you, and she also bent her head to reach for your straw. What are you two doing? Several more sips later, both you and Lee stood up straight, holding your own smoothies. I was stirring Lee's smoothie, and I was stirring Corey's. Eric grinned in confusion, but Lee was just amused by the reaction. We're a family, and that was that. You wanted to ask someone else to try their smoothie. You asked if you could try Cobb's. Cobb, could I have a drink of yours? Blush. At that, Cobb accidentally inhaled as he was drinking. Teasing the poor boy is great. His face was burning red from embarrassment and from the coughing that shook him. Dude, are you okay? Derek gave Cobb a few pats on the back. His hacking was only starting to slow. I bet it ended up going the wrong way. It sucks when that happens. Lee elbowed you teasingly. The moment she got your attention, she started laughing and gesturing between you and Cobb. Moments later, Cobb was finally able to breathe normally. He wiped his mouth with his free hand. His gaze locked to the floor as he nervously started chewing on his straw. You could tell he was turned. He didn't seem to want to say no, but he couldn't bring himself to say yes either. Derek couldn't watch this anymore. Drinking his own smoothie, he pretended to be fascinated by the displays in the stores your group was passing by. Lee hadn't stopped looking over you too. You could tell she was living for every bit of the situation. I'm glad we could amuse you, Lee. Cobb's unhappy stare went from Lee to Derek, always still shyly sipping at his smoothie. You wondered if he was... It's for entertainment for sure. You wonder if he was trying to will them to intervene. Feeling his stare, Cobb peeked back towards Cobb. The only response he offered was an understanding sigh. Tease or reassure? It's a tough one. I for sure am not letting it go. Do I have cooties and no one told me? You pretended to be shocked as you looked from Lee to Derek, eliciting laughter from both of them. Cobb bit down on his straw and shook his head. With a defeated sigh, Cobb delicately moved the hand holding his drink towards you. He invited you to proceed with his eyes. Leaning in, you took a sip. It was an especially sweet combination. Thanks. He nodded and brought his smoothie back up closer to his body, but he didn't start drinking again. You're welcome. You're satisfied with that. As your group continued to wander the mall, you came to an area in the path that was wider. In the center of the opening was a collection of quarter-operated writing machines. Not going for plausible deniability? Of course not. those things? I know, right? I remember them. Good grief. Derek stopped as soon as he saw them, smiling ear to ear. What a ride. Dude, you're 13! I think we might be too big. No way, we're not that old yet. He eagerly headed over to the machines, wanted to get a better look. Leah went along with it, smiling. Sure, you know what? Fucking, let's do it. You quickly chased after Derek. He turned his head back at the sound of your footsteps and gave a thumbs up over his shoulder. Reconvening around Derek, you watched as he was focused on various brightly colored rides. Most were designed to look like real vehicles, but there were also some horse-shaped ones. One of them could even seat 2 people. He leaned in close to you and whispered playfully, while pointing directly at the sole machine made for a pair. You should ride that one with Cove. You agreed? She was really into something there. You rolled your eyes, you agrees, unsure. That might be fun. I called the helicopter. Why? It's the coolest, and I think it'll move the most. He started digging in his pockets, pulling out whatever money he had left. Wait, is everything okay? I need 4 quarters, right? Yeah? I only have 2. There has to be more between all of us, hold on. Pockets, wallets, and purses were checked over. Derek still had 2. Cope had only 1. He ended up with the most at 3. You didn't have any. You can't have mine. Thanks, but you don't have to. It's not enough for me. And even if it was, it'd be dumb to ride while you had to watch. Cope shrugged. He had tried, failed, and looked unsure of what to do next. Why don't we all get on one ride? Well, funny, I didn't think it would work. But we could just get change. What? I'm curious to see what happens, but I'll backtrack for the second one. Yeah, could that work? Cope shook his head. It'll be fine, I've got it figured out. Lee walked up to the car and studied it for one moment. She went all the way around it before she headed back to your group with a big smile. Okay, Derek and Cope, get in the car. You'll use the real seats. Holy shit, this girl. I know where this is going and she's fucking smart. They both started her, unsure. Ultimately, they did what she said, and anyways. They did what she said anyways. They fit, albeit very awkwardly. That was mostly Cope long legs fault. That was mostly Cope's apostrophe S long legs fault. Right, the possessive should be in Cope, not in the legs. Tasugalisam, I know, right? Smart. Corey, we can climb up on the back part of the car. We'll be right behind. Okay, not as smart as I expected her to be. We'll be right behind the seats. It'll work. I expected her to go for the lap. This had been your suggestion, really, so you went along with the arrangement. Once you and Lee got yourself situated, everyone passed their quarter contributions to Derek. He leaned forward and slipped the quarter in the machine slots. This is so stupid. I love it. Jerkily, it moved. There was a chorus of nervous chuckles and giggles as everyone lurched backwards. Lee bent more forward so she could have a hand on the back of the boys' seats to keep steady. You were really into it. Your enjoyment spilled over into deep laughter. This was turning out to be more fun than you expected. You're gonna break it. Don't jinx it. I wanna get up. Cope looked uncomfortable with the whole experience. Both hands gripped his side of the car. Exactly, it's a very interesting anecdote for the future. We'll live. Hang in there, Cove. Yeah. Cove didn't say anything more. He held the edge of the car tighter as it went up and down and side to side. It wasn't long before Derek's fear of breaking the car was pushed aside. A large smile replaced the concern that had been on his face. Look at us go! Yay! With every buckle of the machine, you kept nearly falling over and bumping into Lee, who laughed every time. You smiled right along with her, as you fought to remain upright. You all did the best you could to keep it together during the remainder of the ride. And luckily, the car came to an end without breaking. Then you noticed something out of the corner of your eye. You tilted your head to look directly at it and you burst into laughter. What's funny? You turned back to your group and nodded in the direction of where you were looking. Isn't that one of those machines that takes dollars and gives quarters back? The kind that exists for people who don't have quarters on hand? Everyone's head moved that way and saw that you were right. Derek chuckled awkwardly. That's exactly what that is. We're kinda dumb. But we to miss that this whole time. Come on, let's just put this behind us. There's still places open. We haven't been everywhere yet. Alright. I want to see what happens if we go for change. Let me hit ace wide. Oh yeah, that'll work. Let's do it. Groups scattered to various shops around. When you shortly reconvened at the rest, everyone had more than enough quarters. There was no wiping the smile off your face. Despite the little hiccup, initially the plan to hitch a ride was coming together. Let's get this over with. We have the coins.
Okay.
Cheer up, man. It's gonna be good. Yay! There were enough machines that everyone claimed one for themselves. Derek got his coveted helicopter. Lee was happily on a horse. Cobb waited to choose last. It seemed he didn't want to take a ride someone else wanted when he cared so little about it. You picked the double-seater. And you brought Cobb along. Oh, you can sit with me. He gave a bent smile and put a hand on his hip when he saw the ride you pointed out. Do you really want to try fitting me in that? You might actually be comfortable if you use it by yourself. That doesn't matter. I want to ride with you. Alright. Lee winked to the two of you from her pony as you squished next to one another in the child-sized seats. Looks were exchanged across the way and you each popped the coins in at the same time. The little ride stuttered to life. As the machines began moving up and down, and side to side, Lee and Derek couldn't contain their laughter. Derek started waving from the side of the helicopter, and Lee reached out to see if she could touch anyone as her machine jolted closer to hers. Cobb, on the other hand, just gripped the side of the beak of the car. He was struggling to remain in the seat, looking very uncomfortable. Way back, stretched to grab Lee's hand, tried to encourage Cobb. Then you leaned over and reached as far as you could. For a moment, a shot of panic went through you, as you thought you were about to tumble off the ride. But you hung on with your free hand and balanced yourself. Be careful, I'm trying. Your rides were sinking up in movement. Almost there, your efforts were rewarded when you caught hold of her hand. You did it! Yeah! It was a battle to keep together as the rides went backwards. The two of you kept almost being accidentally pulled off your seat by the other, but that made it more fun. Soon all rides came to a stop and the group dismounted. Derek looked absolutely pleased at the conclusion of this pit stop. Then you noticed something out of the corner of your eye. You tilted your head to look directly at it and you burst into laughter. What's funny? You turned back to your group and nodded at the direction of where you were looking. Isn't that one of the machines to make quarters? Everyone chuckled. That's exactly what it is. We're kinda dumb. We have to be to miss that this whole time. Come on, let's put this behind us. There's still places open we haven't seen everywhere yet. You're here. Move along from one step towards your next. Still jovial from the experience. I think I'm gonna keep the crazy anecdote. Shortly into your walk, Lee ran over to a nearby trash can and tossed her smoothie cup. Derek went after her and threw his cup away. You followed suit and got rid of your empty cup too. The clock inched closer to 7 p.m. As you all made your way back to the directory. It was hard to believe how fast the day went by.
So...
Where do you think your mom ended up today? We didn't see her anywhere. Didn't she follow them? Didn't she follow behind them just to make sure they were all right, but to give them space? I think that's what happened. Aitana, she's just like that. Oh, it's a mystery. Despite having banished for the entire trip so far, when 7 p.m. hit, you spotted Kira coming right over, waving cheerily. As soon as she was close enough, she pinched Cove's cheek. Hey baby, and friends? Hi mom. He pushed her hand back with one hand and rubbed his cheek with the other. Do you have a good day, gang? Yeah, the day was awesome, we did so much. What do you mean? Like I'm not sure she's not that... Like I'm sure she's not understandable? What do you mean?
Not bad.
Irresponsible. Oh, yes. It was fun. I mean, they're 13. It's hardly irresponsible. You really enjoyed your day. You thought there were ways it could have been worse. You did enjoyed it. There was no hiding your joy. Like the others, you were smiling ear to ear. Because today was so much better than you expected. I'm glad we came here.
That I do.
I want to hear all about it during the ride back. She clasped her hands together once, making sure she had everyone's undivided attention. Speaking of that, we better head out. Liv must be missing us, and you gotta be starving. It's dinner time and you haven't eaten yet. Yeah. Everyone followed her lead and started walking out the door to the parking lot. Something about what Kira said fell off to you. How does she know they haven't eaten? See? There were tons of places to eat. It's a mall. You could have had dinner. You wonder if it was just a good guess, but you could feel your eyebrows rise when it dawned on you. She might have been keeping an eye on you after all. That was actually pretty slick. If she hadn't made that comment, you never would have known. You found it hard not to be impressed. Never once could you recall even catching a glimpse of her hanging around, though now that you think about it, not seeing her ever was suspicious in and of itself. Shaking off those thoughts, you caught up with the others. Keeping the same seating arrangements as earlier, you all piled up into the car and started heading back to the store. The driver went by without any problems, as it was filled with chatter about the various things everyone saw around the mall. Soon enough, you arrived at your destination. It was a much faster trip, considering this time Kira knew where she was going. Hearing the little jingle of bells from the front door being opened, Cliff poked his head out from the back. He lit up at seeing who was there. I know, right? It's a lot of them are just dead. Hey Sport, did everyone have an adventure? Hi Dad. We had a blast. Yes! We found the mall. The mall. Wish I could have joined. He deflated in an exaggerated way. His shoulders sloped. You can't see the malls dying from where you live? I know they're dying in some places. Kira put a hand on his arm and smiled.
Anywhoosies.
There'll be other times. Are you set here? Almost. Mr. Holden sighed for real. He didn't pull himself together, standing up straight.
Do you mind?
I need just a little more time to finish up. Will you be alright killing time for a bit longer? It's okay. Yes, sir. No problem, Mr. Holden.
Sure.
We can have fun here. Excellent. What a great group of kids. He gave an approving thumbs up, and Kira nodded along. I'll give you a hand. I remember the ropes. Why, thank you. They walked side by side to the back room. Before he was out of sight, Cliff stopped and looked over his shoulder. If you leave the shop, don't go far. It's getting late. And then the parents were gone again. Let's get to the docks. They're right down the way. Yeah. Oh, I saw those on the way here. I really wanted to check it out. Are you coming, Curry? Alright. With a smile, Cove showed the way. I don't remember this at all. This part, I do not remember it a single little bit. malls are the only bit of air conditioning available for the public? Oh, I see. Between the warm summer air and the smell of the ocean, you couldn't ask for a better night.
Thanks.
Thanks for letting me come. Me too. Right? I'm happy we did this. Today was great. Cobb, your mom and dad are really cool. Really? Ah, really? It updated recently? I did not know that. Totally. Wait a moment. Let's see if this is the updated version. Library. Dates. Installed. Verify. Validating. Yeah, it for sure is. I think. I'd have to double check. Alright. Cobb looked at Lee wait, what? Totally. 1.71. Yeah, 1.71. Totally. Cobb looked at Lee oddly. He ran a hand through his hair, and then his puzzled expression cracked with a chuckle. I guess sometimes they are. You continued walking. Every so often, you would look up at the sky and see several stars poking out between the clouds. At one point, you noticed that Cobb stopped while Lee and Derek kept going on ahead, busily chatting. Initially, you wondered if something was wrong, but you quickly noticed that he looked to be in good spirits. You decided to hang back with Cobb. He gave you a quick, acknowledging look when you stopped at his side. You could taste the sea salt as you took a deep breath of this ocean air. Silently, you and Cobb watched the ocean for a little while. There was something about the waves that you always found soothing. You couldn't think of a better way to end a busy day. And then it hit you, the wind chime. This is a perfect moment. Quickly you dug the wrapped package out of your bag. Hey, Cobb? He barely replied. Instead, his focus was mostly on lazily watching the sea. The paper wrapping crinkled as you pushed the package forward, trying to make him realize. He finally caught sight of it, and his eyebrows raised up high. Gingerly, Cobb accepted the gift. Just seeing the present brought a smile to Cobb's face. He carefully opened it, and his whole body brightened as he recognized the chime.
Oh my god.
Oh my god. He talked about how he seemed to want it, suggested the chime made you think of him, had given you a gift and you wanted to give him something. I really thought you were going to buy it. When you didn't, I couldn't resist. Cobb smiled happily, seemed to grow even bigger. What was the other one? Let's see. I like this one better. He wasn't even able to find the words to finish his thought. Look at that blush. Blush is so cute. Then Cobb started getting shy over his bashfulness and put a hand up over his mouth. You're so happy that buying the wind chime was the right call.
Corey.
I'll take such good care of it, Corey. Thank you. Yes, adorable. You're welcome. Not much time later, Derek's chipper voice caught your attention. You and Cobb both turned your gaze down the pier. What are you doing there, Slowpokes? Get over here. Hey, come on. You looked at Cobb at the same time. He looked at you. You grinned and nodded your head in the direction of your friends. He gave you a small smile in return. Your footsteps echoed against the wooden planks of the dock and into the night as you ran to catch up. Alright. Damn, alright. 3 hours? Yeah, we got another hour, thereabouts. At least one more moment. DLC that I don't have and have no interest in getting. Birthday, dinner, soiree, road trip, escapade. Dinner? Dinner sounds good. Let's hit it. Sunlight shone through the windows as you sat in your living room. Yeah. Your home phone pressed to your ear. Cobb was on the other end. It'd been shaping up to be an ordinary day, like any other, until Cobb had called unexpectedly. Unexpectedly. Something unusual nervous greeting you. You listened silently as he kept talking, his words stilted. So, I was just, wondering, do you wanna come over to my house for dinner tonight? The question came out strangely, almost like he'd rehearsed it a few times beforehand. Your eyes widened a little. You hadn't expected this to be the reason behind the call. Kept listening. Cobb continued. His next words sounded rehearsed too, and tinged with nervousness. My mom and dad, they really want you to be here there. If your parents don't have a problem with it, they asked me to ask you. Uh-huh. You took a moment to think. Dinner at home would be quiet and uneventful today. If you really wanted to, you could go to Cobb's instead. Cobb spoke up again, breaking your thought train. His voice was softer than before. Also, I want you to be there too. Can you? Come over, I mean? I want to be mean. But yeah, I can come. Thanks, Curry. I'll let them know when I can. Isn't that noticeably relieved by your response? Was you coming over for dinner today that serious? He spoke to you for a little while longer to explain what time to come over and other details, then hung up. And that was that. For now, anyway. Soon enough, the sun dipped out of the sky and evening came. It was time for you to head to Cobb's house. After letting Elizabeth know you were leaving, she didn't look away from the TV, just grunted. You made a small journey across the street. You knocked a couple of times on the heavy door to their condo. As you waited for an answer, you found yourself contemplating being a guest while both of Cobb's parents were there. Exciting, apprehensive, curious. Not thrilled, didn't get it. I'm curious. You wondered why they decided to invite you out of the blue. Maybe you'd find out later tonight. Didn't get too much time with your thoughts, though. The door opened soon enough. Cobb's mom, Kira, stood in the frame, smiling warmly at you.
Come on.
Hey, Curry, welcome, please, come in. She opened the door wider and moved to make room. You stepped inside, allowing her to shut it behind you. Thanks so much for coming over. I knew it was kind of last second. Thank you for having me.
Of course.
Of course, just make yourself at home. It's not my home, but I've been given permission to say that. Hey, Curry, welcome to our humble abode. You jerked your head towards the sound of Mr. Holden's voice. He waved at you briefly from the kitchen, with his back turned and a large spoon in hand. I hope you're hungry. Hungry because I'm whipping up a lot of tasty stuff. True to his word, you heard something sizzling on the stove. You closed your eyes and inhaled. It smelled spicy and savory. With Mr. Holden busy and Cobb nowhere to be seen, it was just you and Kira. She gave you a wry smile. He sure is. While I've been barred from cooking the entire time I've been staying here. Can you believe that? She nudged you with an elbow. Mr. Holden scoffed good-naturedly, then spoke from over his shoulder. You're on vacation, Kira. You need to accept that already. She yelled back, amusement obvious in her face and in her tone. People still cook when they're on vacation. Everyone's gotta eat. It's not like I'm some celebrity who can go out for every meal or hire a private chef.
Sorry.
Well, in this house, you're a VIP. Kira smiled back and shook her head quietly. Just get back together already. Then she turned back to face you once more.
Well,
Sorry about that, Corey. Here it was, trying to strike up a conversation with you, and Cliff just had to butt in. Don't butt in. She eyed him, chuckling in disbelief. He wasn't exactly disproving her point with that. Here I lean over to whisper to you. It's okay. He likes to be included. But since Clifford insisted on cooking all by himself, he'll have to wait. The two of us can chat. This is sounding more and more like a setup already. Her next question continued to be said in a hushed tone, just to be safe. So, how are you doing? I'm doing good. That's what I like to hear. She opened her mouth to say something more, but some lightly pounding footsteps caught your attention. You checked to see Cole emerge from the hall a few moments later. He might have heard all the commotion and left his room to see what was going on. He quickly took stock of the situation, his cheeks tinted pink at the sight of you standing in his living room, and his hand came up to rub at his arm, almost bashfully. Corey, you made it! Thanks for coming! Cole's voice was unnaturally loud, as if he had thought you wouldn't be able to hear him from wherever you were. From where you were, only a few feet away. Oh, Cove, poor boy. Hey, weirdo. Cove frowned at your playful greeting. Weirdo? Yeah, 'cause you're being a little weird. He huffed but didn't deny it, which meant that he knew he was acting off too. It was when you glanced away from Cove that you spotted his parents watching the two of you interact. Cove noticed their stares too, meeting them with narrowed eyes.
So...
Are we having dinner now? Not yet, bud. I'm still cooking. Alright, I'm gonna go back to my room. As you're to leave, he bent his head to the side to face you. You coming? The question was quiet, but you heard it clearly. You smiled, pleased that he asked, and nodded in the affirmative. Cope turned fully and made his way down the hall. Have fun, you two. It's definitely everyone's entertainment. This is great. We'll call you when the food's ready to go. I'm surprised it didn't go with don't do anything we wouldn't do. With that, you followed after Cove. The two of you made your way down the hall. This was the first time you were invited to see Cove's room. You'd visited the room before, but only rarely. Going over to Cove's room was a standard occurrence for you nowadays. It has to be this one, right? It has to be. Cove got the door first, opening it and stepping inside. You joined him. There was a mat on the floor in front of the door. Exactly. As you stepped over the threshold into his room, you felt the crunch of sand beneath your feet. The sensation was nothing new to you, of course. Cove constantly came back to his room covered in sand, not bothering to clean himself off at the front door, and got it all over his personal space. That's just how he was. A little bit of a mess. You hadn't heard Mr. Holding ever scold him for it, not like your moms would have if you'd done it. You can sit wherever you want. Cove himself took a seat on the edge of his large bed, looking like the picture of comfort, and left you to decide. Oh, honey, really? Like there was a choice. You sat next to him on his bed. As soon as you sat next to him, Cove grew tense. His back went stiff, and he ducked his head away. He tried to hide a trembling smile.
Oh my
God! Set it under his breath, as if he didn't want you to hear. You obviously did, and easily, since you were right beside him. Nervous? Of course not. Smiled comfortingly at him, chuckled, charmed. Need very good choices. I think I shall continue with the tradition that he is everyone's entertainment. He raised his eyebrows. You both kept noticing the other's every move. Only shirk back, it's nothing. You're like an open book. Switch guy, adorable. 3 or 5. Let's see what 3 has. I'm not. R2. Cope scowled before shifting nervously on the bed. He pointedly glanced away from you, the tips of his ears red. With the silence growing, your gaze began to drift. Okay? Adorable. Wait, what?
What?
Clearly, he hadn't expected the compliment. Somehow his flush grew worse, spreading all the way down his neck. Oh, this is better. He fumbled for words. I'm not... That's... He gripped the blanket underneath him and searched for something more to say. Did you see my fish? I got some in a tank. Right there. Perfect. Perfect. I love it. Cope threw both of his hands in front of him to direct your eyes toward his. I know, right? Super smooth. Slick as hell. Absolutely correct decision. Cope threw towards his pets. He was trying pretty poorly to change the topic. That much was clear. You decided to show him mercy and allowed it. Aren't we magnanimous? You started to watch the bright fish swim. There were a bunch of them, floating to and fro in the open space. They stood out starkly against the green aquarium plants. How long have you had those fish?
I guess.
My dad bought them for me not very long after I moved here. I guess it's been years now. Wow, that's a long time. He peered carefully into the tank. The fish looked to be doing well. He must take good care of them. Most of them were small, but there was one especially big one. What are their names? I don't name them. Well, not really. You lifted an eyebrow at that. He continued the explanation sheepishly.
I mean,
Mostly I just call them things based on what they look like. Squared for the small one, tangerine for a really orange one, that sort of thing. I've had a lot of fish. I'm not that good at coming up with names. You found that funny, relatable, or surprising? Who knew that was a weakness of his? It was an entertaining revelation. Oh, a couple of them have other types of names. He pointed to a small orangish red fish. It was minding its own business, away from the others. My dad named her Dreamcatcher. And that other one's Mark. Mom came up with that one. Ko smiled to himself, eyes reflecting the glow from the tank. You let other people name your fish?
it's nice.
Yeah, it's nice. He then turned to you, tilting his head to the side. There was a considering look on his face. Do you want to name one? Yeah, I do, or can I? Can I? His smile grew a little at your interest, or... Yeah, cool. There's a few who don't have names right now. The newer ones, you can pick which you want to name. He pointed at each of the recent acquisitions out to you. The first was the smallest fish in the tank. It was completely orange and sipped all over the place, running laps around the others. The second was slightly bigger and red. Its tail was dotted with black spots, which almost resembled freckles. The last fish was the biggest one. Its multicolored scales rippled under the bright light of the tank as it slowly made its way across the vast expanse. You went with smallest, medium, or biggest. Tough. I think I'll go with biggest. Cope only nodded at your answer, waiting on you to decide on a suitable name. You watched the fish closely. As you did, a name eventually came to you. I'm sorry, but it's gotta be 4 or 5. Curry laughed unreservedly at your choice. It was affectionate rather than insulting. Okay? Cope laughed unreservedly rather than insulting. You can name it after me? Why not? Guess I'm gonna call my fish that. But you still said I could pick it. Cope shook his head with a bent smile. I'll call them Junior then. You can still call them Cope. It seemed like a good enough compromise, so you agreed. Cope nodded, satisfied. Alright, let's cope. With that, his attention moved back from you to the tank. He peered fondly at it and its inhabitants. You smiled proudly at Cope as it swam through the tendrils of the plant, disappearing, then reappearing soon after. You noticed that... Alright, let's get closer. Why not? I'm calling my fish that. But you said you still said I could pick it. I'm Junior. You can call them Corey. Alright, it's Corey. Relax his attention move from you. Okay. You must have scooted over at some point during the conversation. This close, your shoulders were almost brushing against each other. Your heartbeat picked up a little at the realization. You know, I'm not allowed to have pets in my house, not even fish. The corners of Cove's lips turned down at that. That doesn't sound fair. It's not like fish could make a mess of your house or anything. You just gotta take care of their tank and feed them and they'll be okay. Right? My moms can be strict over the weirdest things sometimes. They trust Elizabeth and me to go around the neighborhood alone, but they won't let us have a pet. Doesn't make sense. Maybe when you're even older, they'll let you? I don't know. They seem pretty against it. Your current conversation brought to mind a memory from years ago. You launched into it without any warning, earning you a brief confused look from Cove. One time, Elizabeth, came back from playing at the beach and just shut herself in her room. She only came down for food, and then she ran back upstairs straight after. It was kinda weird. My mom didn't think much of it at first though. But then that night, Ma went to her room to say goodnight and started screaming. Mom and I ran over to see what happened. Lizzie had this huge lizard in her arms. Cope's eyebrows rose at that, and he leaned forward in interest.
Really?
A lizard? Where'd that come from? Elizabeth says she saw it half buried in the sand and didn't know what it was. Then she pulled it out and got the answer, so she brought it home. She hid the lizard in her room for most of the day because she wanted to keep it. Mom and Ma were not happy. They worried about putting it out during the night, but she was going to have to let it go in the morning. Lizzie was really upset. She did bring it back to the beach eventually, but she wouldn't talk to anyone for days. When she did get over it, it was almost like it never happened. He laughed, thinking back to that time. Elizabeth had always been stubborn, but when she was younger, she forgot grudges quickly. Now it wasn't so easy. Cope had been quiet for most of the story, apart from the reveal of the lizard. He had a thoughtful look on his face. I can't even imagine what it'd be like to have a sibling. You gave serious thought to his statement before you told him. Fun. Is it in general, my sister Elizabeth? Is Elizabeth? It's fun. When we were younger, Lizzie and I played together when our parents were too busy. I probably would have been really bored if I didn't have her. Cope pursed his lips at the thought of the words, considering them quietly for a while. That's interesting. I've been your family's school. Didn't have much else to say, though while on the topic of your family, you considered your relationship with your moms too. They were absolutely the best. Yeah. You couldn't even consider having another opinion. You couldn't have better parents. Well, say what you want about them, but at least your mom's never tried to pay someone to be your friend. The thought prompted you to look over at Cove. You probably still didn't know that happened. You doubted that Mr. Holden mentioned it, and you never had. You wondered if you should tell him. It was a long time ago, but you were keeping a secret from Cove. You didn't tell him. It was out of time. You weren't sure how he'd react. Secrets were meant to be kept. Didn't tell him. You just didn't want to have that talk with Cove. Yeah. I'm gonna see what this looks like. You took a deep, steadying breath to prepare yourself for the conversation. Now you just had to figure out how to tell him. Cove, I have something important to tell you. Hey, you want to know something crazy? Don't get mad about this. Let's go with this. Cove gazed an inquisitive eye at your casual tone. He turned to give you his full attention. Maybe? Like what? You stared into his bright ocean eyes. You told him the truth. Basically, back when you moved here, the first time I met your dad, he offered me money to be friends with you. $20. It's pretty ridiculous. You laughed lightly at the memory, though it trailed off oddly when you realized Cope wasn't laughing at you. Cope stood still, uncharacteristically. There was an unreadable expression in his face. His eyes seemed to look through you, and you didn't know what to do next. Then, without saying a word, Cope stood up from his bed in a single motion, and he just bolted right out of the door. For a moment, you didn't move a muscle. You were in shock. It was... oh no. Your senses quickly came back. You shot out into the hall after him. Cool. There was no response to your call. You could see Cope down the hallway. He had already sprinted back to the living room. His arms were stuck still at his sides, with both hands tightly balled into fists. He might not have been facing you, but you didn't need to see his face to know how he felt. Cope was furious. His parents were nearly finished setting the table. They greeted him, none the wiser of what was about to happen.
Huh?
Hey, what's up? When did you start running in the house? Are you that famished? You were able to catch up in full and stand your Cope. The parents' words didn't even register in his ears. Their child was wholly focused on another matter. He was practically shaking. Cope took one more step forward and glared up at his father's face. You paid Kurt to be friends with me? Mr. Holden froze. He looked like a helpless deer, caught in the headlights.
Seriously?
Clifford, are you serious? He whipped his head towards Kira, his eyes wide and blinking rapidly. It was only one time. I know this is serious, but it's funny. The admission elicited an aghast expression from his ex-wife. Mr. Holden raised his hands up to gesture defensively. It seemed like a good idea when it happened. She covered her eyes with one hand. It was clear that her patience was frayed, but she was not so shocked anymore. Mr. Holden bowed his head, rubbing the back of his neck guiltily. The fact that she accepted this as something he'd do so easily seemed to be the most crushing part. Cope just stood there fuming, silently during their little aside. His eyebrows furrowed painfully and his eyes trembled. Also bad for Cope. None of this was good at all. It was terrible. Finally, after that felt like an eternity, but must have been only minutes, the tense silence was broken by Cope. I want to stay here. You don't have to do that. I can stay with Corey. Oh. Sleepover, huh? You have to say something to his student parents. You ran after Cope, shutting the door more softly behind you as you left. Actually, I'm curious. For a handful of seconds, no one spoke. Then Mr. Holden slumped. Sorry, Kira. I know, right? Kira shook her head. Though visibly unhappy, she seemed more disappointed than angry. I don't want to fight about this. I don't even want to talk about this, honestly. Unless there's something else I should know that's been going on while I'm away.
No.
I've done it before, I just don't remember it. It's been a long time. No,
Fine.
there isn't. Then fine. Let's give Cope some time to calm down. We can try to convince him to come home later. Mr. Holden's mouth tightened, but he nodded in agreement. He seemed defeated. Okay. You shifted your feet, feeling awkward. Kira glanced over at you, her eyes widening as if she just realized that you were still there.
Alright.
Ah, very sorry for this. I guess dinner's kind of ruined, huh? Could you go home for now? It wasn't like you had much of a choice, but you nodded anyway, if you were making your way to the front door. You slipped on your shoes with the word. Just as you left, though, Mr. Holden quietly called out to you. I'm real sorry for involving you, Corey. You glanced over your shoulder and met his eyes. The smile he offered you was a shadow of the real thing. Carefully shut the door, letting out a deep breath, then you began to walk. You stopped, and once you reached the middle of the street, you glanced around, but you couldn't see Cove anywhere. You hadn't locked the door, so it was possible he had gone inside by himself. There was only one way to find out. You made the very brief trip back and entered your home. By then, night had finally come. Cove was indeed there. He sat sulkily on your couch, staring at his hands that rested in his lap. Closed the door behind you and approached him, silent. You didn't even get to ponder what to do. He got up and walked a few paces away from you. The two of you stood tensely together in the middle of your living room. The night really hadn't gone as you imagined it would. Elizabeth wasn't around, and your moms were out. You had no idea how you would have explained the situation to them, and you were sure Cope wouldn't have been up for that. Watched you from a distance. His expression wasn't hostile, but was not exactly welcoming either. Are you okay? What are we going to do now? He said nothing. Cope shaked his back, so his back was to you. Then he crossed his arms over his chest. Are you mad at me? You're surprised he actually responded. What? No.
It's okay.
As you said no before, but I guess there's never really a good time to bring up something like that. You're not the one who did anything. His tone was clipped and insulting, though it was now fully clear that none of the negativity was towards you. And we're actually friends, aren't we? It doesn't matter if you took it or not. You wouldn't pretend for years just because of that money. You nodded your head furiously at that. If there was something you didn't want this relation to do, it was weaken your relationship. Of course we're friends. Cope seemed to appreciate your reassurance. The furrow in his brow eased a little. Yeah, we are. I'm definitely not mad at you. I should thank you for not letting him get to you, and for telling me it happened. My dad never would have. He's always like that. He just does things. He doesn't ask or tell me about anything. Cope threw his arms out, his features twisted in frustration. There already was a thing with my mom coming to stay with us for the summer. I don't know her, and it was supposed to be a surprise. I find out about. Who knows what other thing he's done that I've never heard of? Does he even know how to think about what someone else might actually want? He paused to take a panting breath, scowling. He continued to listen quietly. And interrupted by you, Cope went on with his spiel. The worst part is, I know he doesn't do stuff for himself. He does things because he wants to make people happy. What was 6? You're right. The worst part, it's pretty much the same. Cope blinked rapidly, and you noticed tears were gathering in his eyes. When he spoke again, he was just heavy with emotion. But he just makes everything worse, and then he's really sorry, and it's like it's your fault for not being happy that he was at least trying. Aww. That's... damn. And what if all his plans and always being so pushy did change things? What things? Cope finally met your gaze, his bottom lip trembling. You realized then that he was referring to you and him. What if he made you stay away from me before we even got to know each other? What if what he did made you stay? Oh, that's adorable. That's so sweet. And he forced himself to speak up through the tears that began to fall in earnest. He did everything he could to say it, but the words were barely a whisper.
Worry.
Curry, you were the best thing about coming here. I know, right? Cope was honestly terrified over the idea that there was a chance that two of you might not have what you do. Like, normally I'm for the hug, but come on, this is like, but you wiped his tears, that's like a step above. You weren't sure if the touch would be welcome, but you wanted him to feel better. Cope didn't shrug you off. You leaned into your hand, looking grateful for the comfort. Alright, let's see the hug. The grip was firm. I'm really glad. I wouldn't let anything your dad or anyone else did mess things up. You didn't need to say anything. Hey, don't worry about it, alright? Please don't cry. His features crumpled at your words, more tears threatening to fall down his cheek. But he stubbornly blinked them away. He remained like that for just a while. Then he scrunched his eyes with the back of one hand. His gaze turned away from you, growing distant. He's like that with my mom too. The anger he had begun to release bubbled back to the surface. That wants to make people happy, but he doesn't. The words landed scathingly hard. You were certain it'd crush Mr. Holden if you heard them. You'd never known much about his parents' relationship, but you thought you understood it a bit better now. Yeah. I agree. Cope just looked at the ground. As the two of you were stifled by the quiet, a thought came to your mind, abrupt and sudden. What about your fish? I'm sorry, what? And he watched them, how he cared for them. There was something special that your dad did for you. It's been really important to you for a long time, right? It can make you happy. Aww. A fragile mask dug ever so slightly at his lips. It's obvious Cope didn't want to think about his dad that way, but it was also hard not to right now. He must be conflicted over where to go from here. Communication? I'll be on your side. Before, though. You ran to the hills behind the house, and Mr. Holden waited for you to come back while my mom's checked the park for you. That was when I met you for the first time. After he talked to me about you, Cope lifted his eyes just enough to see you. His head remained low. I remember, too, when we first moved to Sunset Bird, I felt like I lost my whole life. Maybe that's why he wanted to help you start a life here so much. His hair scrunched up and he seemed to on the verge of tears once more. It was obvious Cope didn't want to think about his dad that way. Aww. Cope frowned thoughtfully. He didn't say anything, but you had a feeling he was taking what you said into consideration. I'm going back home. His face was set in determination. There was no way you could tell him to do anything else, even if you wanted to, so you only nodded.
I'm sorry.
Thanks, Curry. I'm sorry about all this. Can I come with you? Yeah, why wouldn't you go? Damn, okay. He smiled lightly. Just checking. Cope nodded and head outside. You followed behind him. Once again, the two of you made your way across the street, towards his house. You didn't pause at the door. You just opened it wide and went in. Cope's parents were sitting at the table, their heads bowed and silence between them. They snapped over at the sound of the door, relieved to see Cope return. Mr. Holden stood up so suddenly his chair squealed across the floor. Cope! Kira got out of her chair as well, but less dramatically. How are you feeling, baby? I wanted to talk to you. His parents looked over him, their features soft. Cope instead snuck a glance at you. You were glad you could be here for him. You stared back subtly, hoping you could convey your support with your eyes. It must have worked because Cope stood up a bit straighter. Cope then fully faced his parents. Mr. Holden stepped forward cautiously, his expression twisted in dismay. I'm so sorry. I should never have done something so stupid. It's okay. It really isn't. That was a boneheaded move, if ever there was one. I was bribing an actual child. One had never met before that day. Look, it's good he didn't have a white panel ban, because that's an image. Cope almost cracked a smile, though he quickly regained his composure. Then it isn't, but I wanted things to be okay anyway.
I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry. Kira placed a hand on Mr. Holden's shoulder. Your dad doesn't believe there's something wrong with you or that you can't make your own friends. He can't explain.
I know.
I know why Dad did it. He wanted me to be happy, that's all. He didn't think it'd be like this. It was an accident. Kira sighed heavily. A sad smile appeared on her lips. You're very grown up, Cope. Mr. Holden brought his hand up against his forehead and began to pace around the room. He didn't seem to know what to do with himself. He turned back around to face Cope and Kira. He looked more solemn than you'd ever seen him. I'm not going to do it again. I haven't done it again. Haven't tried to brag more people, or haven't continued to step over a line without registering it? Both. He let a heavy breath before shrinking down a little. It was impressive because he was pretty tall.
I'm trying.
I don't know, but I don't think so. Cope's throat bubbled up as he swallowed thickly. He looked like he was starting to gather all his courage. When he spoke up, his voice was small but firm. You invited Mom here? His dad's eye widened. Cope was ready to have a talk he had put off before. He didn't ask me if I wanted things to be like this, with both of you together again, for just a little while. Mr. Holden's hands slowly returned to his forehead. Second. He was stunned, as if someone had just hit him. I did it again. And I didn't even notice. This is really fucking deep, holy shit. I'd forgotten how good this was. One second. I did it again. I didn't even notice. What's wrong with me? Why can't I just do something right? Oh, damn, that one's rough. At least Cope seemed relieved that he was able to say what he felt. You knew just how long he'd been holding it in. It was quiet for a long stretch. Mr. Holden had sat down in a chair. His shoulders drooped and his head in his hand. Oh. He looked to Cope. I know, right? He watched his dad and how genuinely he was struggling with what he'd been told. Cope glanced down at the ground and looked back to his dad. I'm not angry anymore. Slowly, Mr. Holden met his son's eyes. I can try to talk to you about things and what I feel about stuff. I stopped saying that to you since everything happened. I didn't want to talk to you, but you don't have to guess if you know. Mr. Holden broke eye contact, shaking his head.
God.
My child shouldn't have to take care of me. You shouldn't have to make up for my shortcomings, Cope. I can fix things. I can still change. After having something of an outburst, Mr. Holden turned his face away and spoke more guardedly. Besides, I'm used to that already. I might not get it right, but not a damn thing would happen in what's left of this family if I wasn't making the effort. It's always me. Was Honor think too much? Oh shit. Even more shit coming out. Dad,
I see.
you're right, Cliff. I know. But I don't think Cope wants to take care of you. He just wants to understand. And he wants his dad to understand too. That's the matter, isn't it? He was still as Mr. Holden Mr. Holden digested what Kira said. He stared down at his empty hands, allowed in front of him. When he looked at Cope again, tiny tears glimmered in the corners of his eyes. He got up and crossed the room to his son. Cope didn't move or look away as he approached. Mr. Holden set his hands on Cope's shoulders. The touch firm. He furrowed his brows. But you and I are going to talk about every single thought that ever pops into our heads for the rest of your life. He shook forward and back a bit. Tears slid down Cope's cheeks, but he was smiling.
What?
No, I don't want that. Mr. Holden began to smile too. He trembled at the corners, but it was genuine. I'm afraid it's the only way. Kira chuckled even as she blinked away her own tears. Mr. Holden turned towards her. You better not be thinking you can get away from this, Kira. The same is gonna apply to you. You can't. He let go of Cope's with one hand. Cope with one hand while he placed his other arm around Cope's shoulders. Then he faced Kira. Oh, yes I am. Sorry, yes I can. He could continue to talk as he walked in her direction, bringing Cope along with him. Aww. This is fucking adorable. Then father and son were standing in front of her. Mr. Holden put his other arm around her. Now he had both of them in his arms. If you think the ideas that I actually go with are bad, you two are going to be amazed by the thoughts I decide against all on my own. Wow. Wow, okay. Kira jokingly cringed at the concept. Cope smiled tearfully up at his parents. Thanks, Dad.
I'm so glad.
Thank you, son. But hey, you know what I'm thinking now? Same. I have zero memory of this. Cope, whipping his face with the back of his hand, shook his head. God no. You're an incomprehensible maniac. Mr. Holden laughed, not disputing her words. I'm thinking we should eat that dinner I painstakingly made. It's salvageable, just gotta heat it back up. Kira sighed in exaggerated relief. That we can manage, right, Cope? Yeah, great. We're making progress already.
Well,
Though, I don't even know how I'm going to start making this up to Cory. Carrying that secret for all the time must have been quite the burden to bear. 20 bucks is... 20 bucks is not nearly enough for all that hula balloon. I'm sure you'll come up with something. Well, I or we will work on it. Okay? Cope ducked his head and spoke towards you. There was a tiny smile on his face. You want to stay for dinner still? You bet. I was promised a meal. Hey, after all that work, mending this family's bridges and getting them to stay together? Of course. Mr. Holding finally let go of his family. Kira patted him on the back with a content sigh. You're very good boys. I'm so lucky. Cope shyly rubbed his arm, while Mr. Holden nervously rubbed his neck. Neither could make eye contact out of bashfulness. At that moment, they really did seem like father and son. Cope summoning was nice, you thought to yourself. You are glad that you got to come over. Good, goddamn. Alright, I'm gonna save here. But... I'm gonna go with this one. Could bring it up some other time, when the moment was right. Time passed, but didn't really notice the two of you were busy making plans for the rest of the summer. It was amazing. And chatting about your respective days. Now I'm extremely, really looking forward to step 3. Eventually you heard muffled holler from a different part of the house. You and Cope raised your heads in unison.
oh,
It's time for dinner. Cope watched the firmly shut door he had been locked behind for most of the night, but he didn't make a move to get up from the bed. You couldn't see his face, so you didn't know what the expression was, what the expression he was wearing was. I'm glad you came. Cope peeked back at you from the side. It's been awkward. Really? I couldn't tell. You were being sarcastic, of course. It was obvious that he felt weird around his parents generally, and especially lately. Cope said nothing else, and remained sat where he was. Now would be a good time as any to ask him why his parents so suddenly wanted you to come over. Is there a reason why they wanted me to come over tonight? It hasn't been awkward for just me. Sometimes it gets like this when no one else is around. But now you're here. Huh. I hadn't considered that. But it sort of made sense in a way. There was another shout from outside. Too muffled to actually know the words. But you could imagine what they were. Let's go. Cope finally got up, lumbering away with his shoulders sagged. You followed after him. Together, the two of you made your way back to the living room. As you expected, two of Sparrows were politely waiting for you at the kitchen table. You stood at the windows overlooking the back of the house. Food had been prepared and set. Mr. Holden beamed as you and Cope took your places. I hope everyone's hungry. I cooked up a feast. Oh hey, people are drag racing cars. Cool. I know I am. Yeah? Co's mumbled response wasn't nearly as upbeat as theirs. His parents didn't notice, or they pretended not to. Mr. Holding instead looked at you, grinning.
Thanks.
Let's all just take a moment to thank our special guest for being with us here tonight. I'm so glad you were able to make it, Curry, and on such short notice too. You thanked Cope's parents back for inviting you. Didn't say anything just real awkward. Thanks for inviting me over.
Alright.
Well, that's it. Everyone, please dig in. You can help yourself to the food. Upon his encouragement, he looked over at the meal spread out in front of you. There was large garden salad in the center, surrounded by a variety of Mexican dishes. Good shit. Cultured. There was a lot of sides and optional sauces to add. Extremely happy. You loved Mexican food, and there were so many dishes to choose from. You're practically drooling. I'm going with this one. I want to see step 3. I need to see step 3. Now, like, what's the reveal going to look like then? Yeah. This was dramatic as hell. It's great. But now I need to see the step 3 reveal. Utensils and plates scraped and clinked together as the group began filling their plates. Liv, could you pass the salsa verde? Of course.
Thanks.
Thank you. Let me just say, you really outdid yourself tonight. I'm so jealous. Jealous of what? You're cooking something to sneeze at, Kira. Cope's parents made small talk, filling the silence with what seemed to be barely any effort. You joined right in with a thought. Even more dramatic, or be more reminiscing, interesting anecdote type of thing? Probably. If there's an opportunity to fix the relationship between now and the reveal, then it's going to be very reminiscing. But if the relationship is still fucked up when you reveal it, there might be fireworks, and not the good kind. You joined right in with a thought. I didn't know you could cook.
Huh?
You didn't? What do you think has been feeding me and Cove all this time? I don't know. Maybe you guys get takeout and stuff. You could afford it, I think. Mr. Holding sputtered, acting grossly offended, but he was grinning good-naturedly. Takeout. If we ate that for breakfast, lunch, and dinner, we wouldn't have made it this long. Covestone leaned towards you, her eyes twinkling merrily. See? I know it can seem like Cliff is a big goof, but he's got some skills.
Hey.
Hey now, you sound like... That sounds less like a compliment, more like an insult.
Don't worry about that.
If that's how you want to take it, I can't stop you. Look at the smiles. Really? Such is respect, and in my own home. Sorry, my friend. Everything looks great, Dad. As always. Thanks, Sport. Glad you think so. Cope smiled. It was genuine, even if it was strained at the corners. Brief silences interspersed the small talk. You piled some food on your plate, waiting for your turn if someone was serving themselves a dish that you had your eye on. Once the food had been divided and things settled down, Cope's parents started talking again. Now then. You stood up in your seat when you noticed they were both looking at you.
How's it going?
How has everything been over at your house? Are your moms doing well? You've been keeping busy this summer? Or maybe you're just trying to take it easy during the break? Overwhelmed, happy to answer, surprised but didn't mind the interest. You hadn't expected so many questions and all at once. Still, what else was there to talk about from how the summer was going? You answered how things were at your house. My moms are great. My mom took us out for dessert a couple weeks ago, since her project went really well. I said, so, I'll have to congratulate her when I see her. That's been good at home.
Fantastic.
Oh, that's wonderful. And you mentioned things you've done this summer. I'm not sure where to start, there's so much that happened. You should know what I've been up to, since it has so much as included your family. Mr. Holden laughed loud and sure you caught him off guard with that. A fair point. And that's that for your question answering. Kira nodded along. You could tell she was actually listening to the words you were saying. She was trying to include you, not humor you. Didn't you, Cliff? Corey is really into media? Mr. Holden's face lit up, and he stopped eating so he could lean forward. His arms braced against the table.
Nice work.
Oh, that's right. Very cool. He's pretty serious about it, you are? At such a young age? That's really impressive. If you keep putting in the time, I'm sure you can do something great. Thanks. Ko's parents were definitely the encouraging type, but you could already tell that much about them. There was a lull in conversation as everyone focused their attention on their respective plates. You noted, not for the first times, that Coop's parents were the ones guiding the conversation. You wondered if you should break the silence this time. Let's see. I also like other things. Would you like to tell us more?
Yeah.
Yes, absolutely. Explosive, not fireworks. Vivacious are dealt with. Yeah, fair enough. Explosive. They looked genuinely eager for you to keep talking, so you did. The rest of the meal of the dinner continued just like that, with light conversation as you ate your meals. Eventually, all the dishes on the kitchen table were pretty much gone. Kira set down her fork and rested her arms at her sides, letting loose a satisfied sigh. Her plate was completely empty.
Thanks.
That was delish. Thank you for the culinary creations, Cliff. Mr. Holden was like a flower soaking up the rays of the sun. He beamed, flattered by the praise. You ate way too much. You practically licked your plate clean. You were so full that you were afraid you might burst. Coop successfully kept his presence to a minimum for the full meal. He was slumped over, even now, toying with his silverware. His parents practically only talked to you. Most attempts to tie him into the conversation failed. It wasn't typical for him to say so little. He at least tried to participate. You didn't get much time to contemplate Coop's situation because your attention was taken by Mr. Holden, pointedly clearing his voice. Not to sound like a broken record, but thanks for coming, Curry. I'm glad we finally got a chance to have you over for a real dinner.
What?
What? Did I hear that right? This is the first time Corey has ever had dinner here? Why in the world haven't you invited her over sooner? Co was always the one going over to Corey's house until now. I mean, how was I supposed to reject the generous offers of the McMahon family to host my kid? Kira shook her head, but the amused smile she was sporting told you that she wasn't actually mad. This guy, honestly. The three of you looked at Cobb in unison, his small sound being more than enough to get the focus on him after his silence. By now, he stopped fiddling with his fork.
I mean...
Would it be alright for Corey to stay over, like for the night? Okay, that's bold. He shot a shy glance at them, smiling a little. If you're cool with that. Mr. Holden's shoulders stiffened. He sat up straighter, eyes darting back and forth between you and Cobb. His mouth opened, but not a peep came out. You'd never seen Cobb's dad say no to him before. But this was different than the usual request. It wasn't so simple, and Mr. Holden was lost. Then Cobb's mom reached out and took hold of his shirt collar. She pulled him closer. She glanced at you before leaning in and bringing a hand up in front of their faces. The two adults whispered seriously to each other. Coop's eyes opened wider. I know, right? He leaned forward, as if that would help him overhear his parents' conversation. Mr. Holden kept gesturing with his hands, while Kira made sure he didn't get too far away with all his movements. Every now and then, both of them would watch you and Kobe, out of the corner of their eyes. It didn't seem like they were fighting to you. They looked more like some kind of tiny sports team having a private huddle. After a bit, they broke the group up. They moved back to sit properly in their chairs. He took a look at Kobe. He stared at them expectantly. You were eager to hear their verdict too. Well, we, Kira and I, think this should be fine, but... Lifted a finger dramatically, his brows rising as he met Kobe's gaze and then your own. You'll have to talk with Corey's parents to make sure they'd be comfortable with it. If they are, we can arrange for a sleepover to happen on a different night when everyone is more prepared. If Corey's folk don't like the idea, there's nothing we can do. Finished the mini speech with a wide shrug, using his full arms. He also checked out Kira from the corner of his eyes and gave her a quick smile. She nodded approvingly and grinned back. You thought you saw her give him a thumbs up, but her hand was partially blocked by the table. They looked so pleased with themselves over the answer, but they just passed the actual decision on whether it was alright or not to someone else, namely your parents. If this was a sports game, they would have punched the ball away. Punted the ball away. Kobe hung his head, deflated. He had been hoping you could stay over today, not some hypothetical time in the future. You patted him in the back. I'll sneak the phone into my room tonight. Hey, you could always sneak into my room. Look. I am a simple fox. Right? I see the opportunity to be a chaos gremlin. I take the opportunity to be a chaos gremlin. Kobe's eyes sparkled at the suggestion. You wouldn't be surprised to have him knocking on your window sometime, though he likely still would without the invite. With that, what? Nothing more? Okay. Mr. Holden stood up from the table and began collecting empty plates. Cope was asked to help out, which he did with little fuss. Kira tried to lend a hand as well. However, Mr. Holden didn't let her. It seemed she was barred from cleaning as well as cooking. You weren't allowed to chip in either, since you were there as declared guest of honor. Although the meal was over, the night wasn't. It looked like you weren't going home just yet after all. You were asked to wait on the couch. While Kobe and his dad were cleaning up the mess, Kira disappeared in the hall after shooting you a wink. It was a bit strange, sitting by yourself while everyone else had something to do. Luckily, you weren't alone for too long. For a couple of minutes, Kobe's mom returned with a deck of cards in hand. He strolled into the room confidently while shuffling. So, who's up for a few rounds? Kobe and his dad looked over their shoulders at the question. They were mutually intrigued by the cards in her hand. She beamed at their expression and stepped further into the living room. Ignoring the couches, she sat cross-legged on the floor by the coffee table. She turned to you and gestured at the space beside her, smiling invitingly. You accepted and followed her lead. The living room carpet was soft, though the hardwood floor underneath could definitely still be felt. It's not a carpet if it's a rug. Kira did an overhead shuffle while she waited for the others to finish their task. The smile had yet to leave her lips.
Great.
This is going to be good. I don't know, is it carpet like the whole room? And that's all it is? There's no floor underneath, it's just carpet? You enjoyed her enthusiasm, you were excited. who enjoyed card games and it would be fun to play with Cobb and his parents. It didn't take much longer for Cobb and his dad to wrap things enough to call it good. Oh. I'll have to check that, I'm not actually sure. Didn't take much longer for Cobb and his dad to wrap things up. Mr. Holden rubbed his hands together in anticipation. Alright, I'm ready. As he took a seat across from you on the floor, you noticed that Cobb hadn't joined him. He went straight down the hall instead. Without even a word, you stared on confused as he disappeared through his bedroom door. Cobb's parents didn't look concerned at this. What? Excuse you, what? Go get the fucking kid! Kira nonchalantly split the deck of cards into two and riffled the halves together while offering an explanation of sorts. Okay. Cobb doesn't keep his wallet with him when at home. He puts it away. What? Cobb quickly returned to the living room, a black wallet in his hand. He took a place at the foot of the table with the rest of you. He blinked the scope and zipped his wallet. You guys use real money? You've been really playing card games with each other? They're actually gambling. This is Gamba. Holy shit. While you sat there, your hands idle in your lap, the three should look at one another and sized each other up.
Yeah.
That's right. $5 per round per person. Winner takes all. Go big or go home. You're having family flashbacks. I've never played for money. Never. Oh, are you planning on kicking Corey to the curb? Or do you intend on donating to the guest of honor spot, Mr. High Roller? Mr. Holden narrowed his eyes and leaned back against the side of the couch, completely at ease.
No worries.
If Corey wants to play, I will fund her way in. Don't you worry about that. Look, I play cards. I like card games, but it's never been with money. Rested an arm across the top of a knee that he propped up. Cobb's dad was acting slick in a way that you'd never seen before. You appreciate it, Sofer. Joked that he shouldn't feel so confident. Surety in this was pretty appealing. You ignored it. Are you sure? Adding me could be spilling your doom. Right you are, Curry. How you can back that attitude up? You know I can, Kira. You can let me pay for Corey, she's my friend. Mr. Holden grinned with a chuckle.
Good.
Alright, bud, I concede. You're too polite for me. Well, you got your ticket. Interested in throwing in? You glanced around. This seemed like serious business. In response to your consternation, Kira softened her competitive smile. Don't worry too much. We'll probably just do some rounds at Go Fish tonight, no biggie.
Do you mind?
What do you think? You joined in. Definitely, I wanna play. Mr. Holden gave you a big thumbs up, while Cobb nodded firmly back. Let's go. Your luck or really good? Luck? Alright, let's go with luck. Card games are mostly about chance after all. Fantastic! We'll play for however long everyone wants to keep going, or until people start running out of cash, but are still refusing to quit while they're behind. Speaking for yourself, I see. Really laughed, Kira nudged you using an elbow, then motioned towards the other two with her chin. Don't be fooled by their soft faces. These boys are sharks. In reaction to her words, Mr. Holden smirked, and Cobb's eyebrows became more angled. Oh, look at that intense face. Chris' paraphrasing made you think back to when you were young. Specifically, of Mr. Holden's favorite shark pants that he used to wear all the time. Perhaps they had been a fit for him in ways you didn't know of. You could feel tension in the air. Cove and his parents glued their eyes to one another. Then all placed $5 bills in an empty space in front of them. Cove dropped an extra one for you, giving you a tiny smile after he did. Once this was done, Kira began dealing out cards to everybody. It was time to begin. The first round came and went quickly, with the group getting into the group of things. You won right away, which meant you had money to keep playing the second round. You're a natural. Nicely done, you better keep those wits about you for the next round though. As the night went on, so did the games. Mr. Holden would jokingly shake his fist whenever someone other than him could appear. Kira acted as a news anchor, reporting on every move everyone made by speaking into her curled fist. Cope was still a few words, but now it was because he was focused on the game instead of being overcome with awkwardness. Most of the time, you even spotted a smile on his lips. You won quite a few games, to your delight. You had a hefty money pile on your side of the table. You must regret paying Corey's way in, huh? No way. Corey might be beating me, but she's also beating you too. Cope turned towards you and smiled, looking pleased at your ability to match his mom and dad. He smirked and raised your hand for a high five, which she was willing to give you. Sweet. It became clear that where the money went in the moment didn't really matter. They ended up giving it back to one another in other ways, and not just through more runs of cards. Oh, of this? Because no, I do not. You sat back, looking over at the scene, a tiny smile grew on your face. Cope's family was pretty cool, you thought. You're glad you got this chance to come over to spend time with the three of them. Oh, I thought he might be. I thought he for sure might be throwing. But I wasn't sure, I didn't actually know. Alright, I think that's it for tonight. You guys. Oh man, this is fun. So, yes, it has been tricky. Thank you for watching, everyone. Like, subscribe if you're new. And I'll see you probably tomorrow, okay? Or well, later today. Take care, have a good night, and I'll see you soon, okay? Sleep well.